right, you guys, welcome back to Run Pat Goes Plane Walking. Let's get into it. This is episode 20. It's our 20th birthday. We're almost 21. We're gonna go drink soon.
Almost legal.
Almost legal. Okay, last time began with the adventurers you know and love, Doolum and the Lost and Found. Potentially the least catchy party name ever seen in a D&D podcast. Arriving in Waterdeep on the material plane. First things they noticed were scholars all around. It was an enormous city, the largest most of us have ever seen. There were ancient stone guardians which stood enormous and frozen across the city's wards. We arrived in the academic ward with our guardian, a contemplative colossus with a giant book and thoughtful face looming above us. And immediately discovered we were in trouble for plane walking directly into Waterdeep.
Woo.
A guard informed us of this and then ran off to get his superior, as I think he was confused by our ignorance of the city's laws. Meanwhile, Malagus recounted a prophecy he had received from Tufto shortly before our leaving, that we should beware flickering candles, follow a white moth, and that for Malagus specifically, and that Malagus specifically will be there when all the actors host that thing for you. They're gonna make a play about you. Shortly after, the guard returned with his boss, Captain Topher, who is a hot and old and a warrior. Vinny ditched us because he's a Waterdeep citizen and didn't need to go out with us, while Captain Topher took us on a 2-hour walk out of town to the Down Shadow port. On the way, it was drive. On the way, Topher told us some info about Waterdeep. He mentioned some of his favorite inns, specifically the Flaming Boar, the best inn in town, with a famous head cook. He informed us of the Undermountain, which is a dungeon at the base of Mount Waterdeep, an abandoned mine, which is huge, that many adventurers go into to test their skills and earn some coin. He also told us a little bit about the Waterdeep government, being that Waterdeep has 20 masked lords and one open lord, who is the face of the government. The current open lord is a young man named Clay de Clare, and Lorelei, an older woman, was the previous open lord who disappeared mysteriously. We also learned that lawmasters are basically black-robed judges. Trial by combat is allowed. The royal palace has a bell tower, and to steer clear of the southern ward, because someone broke out of the maximum security prison, it was a prisoner named Berg the Menace. However, this guard's friends say that as the Berg was breaking out, he was insisting his name was Abel, which is in fact the name of Orpheus's closest ally from Valhalla. We also learned that Founders Day is in a few months, which is basically seems like 4th of July type deal in Waterdeep. Also that there is the City of the Dead, which is a graveyard where an illness is spreading among the caretakers. Also, there's undead there. In there, the undead are alive. We got to the Down Shadow port. Samir gave us an important talking to about not keeping the stone, the architect, in our bag anymore, because since we've all been in that bag, it will start building replicas of us. He also emphasized that we should not, under any circumstances, eat it. In line at the port, Hyre was talking about Aether. Aether or Ether? Question.
Ether.
Ether. Okay, I think I've been saying that wrong this whole time. A dragonborn. I guess when I do the accent, you can't really tell though, huh? Okay, sorry. Focus. A dragonborn overheard Hyre talking about Ether and inquired about whether Hyre had arrived to also work as a priest for the refugees of Ether who had just arrived in Waterdeep at the Plinth Temple. This dragonborn was named Reverend Bennett and actually seemed to be some sort of a scam artist who was hoping to swindle them out of their money. But obviously Hyre, knowing now about the refugees, was eager to help in earnest. We all got driver's licenses. We were assigned some great last names. So now you're working with Orpheus Cromwell, Demos Hope, and Malagus Truthbelly. Doolum was assigned as a belonging of Samir's.
Classic.
We established a key word among our group to detect shapeshifters, this word being mastiff. And we decided to get a room at the fancy inn, the Flaming Boar, because Tufto had also mentioned it, and why not? We deserve it. It was very nice, but surprisingly homey, with a loud and huge fire that was strangely unwarm. We learned that there is, in fact, an orgy room on the basement floors, basically. Just sort of a generic sex dungeon beneath the entire thing. Also, the rent is only 1 gold a night, so fuck it, why not? Samir, of course, is paying for his own separate room because he doesn't like us that much. Immediately, we set out towards Plinth Temple to meet with Hyre's people, the Aetherites, Aetherians? Etherites or Aetherians?
Etherians.
Yeah, I like Aetherians. Ethanids?
Aeneads, probably.
Aeneads.
Aeneid mention.
To set off to see the Athenians at the Plinth Temple. We found many beggars around in the temple district, also lots of sick people, making us think potentially this should be a place we return to try to get Malagus healed. Within the Plinth Temple itself, there were lots of people seeking shelter. It wasn't at maximum capacity, but there was a bunch of refugees, probably around 80. We found Hyre's people. Specifically, they were being led by a man named Atticus, who was a Yuan-Ti, with a snake familiar, who informed Hyre that there had been a great earthquake, and the sky itself cracked just before the refugees were teleported out of ether and arrived 20 miles outside Waterdeep. These refugees being 26 people. We learned that Hyre's brother, Monty, was supposedly among them, but Monty had gone off to venture into the Undermountain in search of coin for his people. Dulam and Father Luces had a very heartfelt farewell at the Temple of Plinth. Oro put some signs. Actually, let me just hit that a little bit harder. Father Luces out of the party now. Good riddance. Farewell.
Wait, did you even say Vinny is out yet? Hello.
I said Vinny walked off. Oh yeah, Vinny's gone too. Fucking, we are dropping baggage left and right. This campaign, we are not babysitters. You gotta earn your keep. Looking at the bird. Orpheus put up some signs around town with his face and name on them in hopes that his friend might see his name and learn his new face. We also passed by a warforged with a sign taped to its front declaring Doomsday draws near. He tried to tell Dulam some conspiracy theories about the end of the world being tomorrow, which Samir ardently denied and tried to reassure Dulam about. Samir expressed his sadness that we just dropped off Father Luces, and also that he is sad the rest of us are going to eventually leave. So we left sooner. We ditched him while all the rest of us went to the baths. At the bath, we all bathed, ate some bread soup. I drank my first seltzer water. Orpheus and Malagus taught Dulam, or sort of attempted to teach Dulam how to swim in the baths, but that was interrupted as someone sent capitalized with the spell sending to Dulam. And this someone was the Lady of Pain. She sent a message to inform him that Frederick was very sick, and while we weren't to blame, she wanted to inform us that he was being quarantined and that we needed to check ourselves to make sure we weren't infected, as this disease is highly infectious. What she doesn't know is that Malagus already has it. He's had it. So, we made Deimos strip. We made Moe's strip. Next to torso. He's got sort of a gradient of scales to fur going on. We also learned a little bit more about him, that he had a pseudo-dad who was rumored to be insane and then disappeared. We also learned that Hyre had an adoptive mother. Hyre had an adoptive mother, and his brother Monty was also adoptive, though they're all kobolds. After they returned to their rooms, Oro split off to go to Samir's room to ask about how, mostly to reassure him that them wanting to go home had nothing to do with Samir, and that Samir shouldn't blame himself for Aislinn, his ex-girlfriend, leaving to the plane of Valhalla. But actually what Samir was really upset about was that he had been in an adventuring party in the past who told him they were disbanding after their first mission and then continued on without him, and he saw them around together, and it was very sad.
Ouch.
Ouch! We split up into beds, argued about who has to sleep near Malagus. Typical.
Hello?
Hyre had a very scary dream looking for someone, maybe Monty, in some strange slimy tunnels. And he heard a freaky voice saying, "Look," and then saw a ghost of Monty's face looking pretty dead. Doolum had a dream, which is very unusual as it does not usually sleep. It saw the Lady of Pain, and it felt as though it was a servant who loved her. In the dream, Doolum was wearing a bathrobe and realized the dream wasn't real and began lucid dreaming. Doolum found a wardrobe full of clothes, picked the most modest. The lady asked Doolum whether it had dealt with Frederick like she asked it to. Then sort of her face is transformed into a skull with an assortment of brightly colored teeth and pinpoint green eyes, ordering Doolum to wake up. And last but not least, Orpheus drew up some more signs with a coded message for Abel, telling him what room they were staying in.
Can you maybe read out what you wrote? Like the coded message?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is important for the fans at home. The message reads,
just awful.
First night, numeral 4, dash, fourth, numeral 4, dash, second, numeral 1, dash, third, numeral 4, dash, third, numeral 2, dash, N, dash, G, dash, fourth, numeral 4, dash, first, numeral 1, dash, second, numeral 1, dash, fifth, numeral 6. I don't know how I could make it any more straightforward.
It's a pretty simple cipher.
Pretty simple, pretty intuitive. If Abel gets me, he's got it. He gets it.
Does he get you?
Canonically, kind of.
All right, so that is a good place to bring us back in. Welcome back, everyone, to the Runt Pack Goes Planewalking. Thank you. Well, I liked that.
You're welcome.
So, right now, you guys find yourselves in the early morning of a beautiful spring day in Waterdeep. Gazing out onto the street now, the cobblestones beneath you sort of rattle a bit as carriages pass by. The day is yours. You had a couple options in mind, just to remind you. You had mentioned perhaps going to find Monty in the Undermountain dungeon. As well, you also need to visit Dr. Him, the autonome mechanic / professor of constructs. Additionally, also there is some info you've learned about a prison escapee that might be close to you guys. Lots of things to do right now, and probably much more to find in this great city. So what would you guys like to do?
All right, what's our order of priority?
I think last time we talked about going for Monty, but at least that's what Hyre would want to do.
It does seem he's in the most danger.
Yeah, I'm worried for no particular reason.
All right. Can we do Monty first? And once we've recovered your brother, then maybe we can go after my brother in arms?
That sounds like a good plan.
Okay. To the undercave?
Did we learn
the undercave. I think it's just called that.
I think your guard dad was calling it the Undermountain. It's a sort of mountain.
I also felt like we had a father-son relationship, me and that guy.
I'm not sure why, but, it's just sort of the vibe I got.
Mm-hmm.
All right, on we go. Do we need to buy some supplies? We were just talking about maybe stopping by, grabbing... I don't know about you all, but my rations are running a little low, and I might want to buy some rope or something. I don't know. What else? Torches? You guys have torches? I don't really see that well in the dark.
I see perfectly.
You can, hold my hand or something if you can't see. Or we could, get a torch, I guess. I guess that's easier.
Does that work on other guys, Hyre, that move?
I mean, it doesn't help them see, if that's what you mean.
Does it help them see you in a new light?
Oh.
No, not yet.
Oh, someday.
Hyre, you can't see in the dark either, right? Come with me. Let's go buy some torches.
No, sorry, but I can see. I can actually see in the dark.
Fuck.
We should maybe stop somewhere to pick up a health potion regardless. But I think we should save most of our... I mean, we're going to make money from going in the caves, right? That's how it works.
I think so, but I'm sure we have to risk our lives a little bit.
Oh, for sure, but I'm saying let's maybe save our big shopping for after.
True. I could maybe afford one health potion, buy it for the group. Well, how much were they again?
Like 50 last time we heard.
Oh.
Listen, I can just afford one of them, so maybe I go buy one and bring it here, and maybe we'll give it to Hyre as our healer. You know, you can hold on to it, Hyre.
I think they actually sell that sort of thing like at the dungeons. We've been told, so I think we can just head straight there, probably.
That sounds good. Also, I think we should. I mean, no offense, Hyre, but I think we should give it to not the healer specifically.
What's
Yeah,
your
for sure.
reasoning?
Well, because if Hyre is still conscious, he can heal you with magic. But when we'll really need that is if both Hyre and I are unconscious.
Oh, that's a good point. Because all right, yeah, fair. Well, where did Samir say he was going? Are we gonna see him on the way?
Is he gone? I thought he was here. Samir!
No, remember he took Tick off to some sort of like day camp or something. To
Fuck, I
the
forgot
school.
he
He was
did that.
taking Samir to. Samir's taking her to classes.
What
I
the
mean, I
hell?
suppose he'll meet us there. Maybe we could go just like hang out at the mouth of the dungeon, like you said, do some shopping for adventuring gear. Like I think Hyre's probably right. They sell it right there.
That sounds
Off we
good.
go. It's sort of a long walk, though. Malagus points off, and it's true. The mountain does look several miles away. Can we like rent a carriage or something?
I start jogging.
Or if they
You just run off.
listen, if Jaya was here, he would rent a carriage with me. Just saying.
I feel like Jaya would be the least likely to take a carriage.
What? He's got old bones.
Yeah, but he has that whole like he still like thinks like he can like fight sort of thing. I don't know if his ego would survive the carriage.
I don't think his legs can survive the carriage.
Yeah. Well, those legs might be doomed either way, so
Your
all
legs
right.
are all doomed unless you get to move on.
I start walking.
All right, so you guys begin walking through the town of Waterdeep on your way toward the Undermountain. On your walk, you pass through the now open and daylight hours operating merchant trade ward. The trade ward of Waterdeep is filled with all sorts of vendors and salespeople who have basically set up little tents right by the road. You also notice there are more established shops behind these tents and stalls, brick and mortar buildings that line the streets here that look to be more fanciful, expensive shops, but there are nevertheless very crowded streets. People here seem to be both buyers and sellers. In fact, you even see some of the vendors themselves picking through their neighbors' stockpiles to buy and sell things. As you guys walk through, you hear lots of shouts toward you from the vendors trying to bring you in. Things like, finest silks from Kalimshan, or spices from Chult. Whatever you desire, find it here. But I assume, unless any of you guys want to peel off, you stay focused.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, keeping an eye on Malagus though to make sure he doesn't.
Excellent. You guys keep through. Yeah, you don't see Malagus really peel off too much, though he is definitely stopping every once in a while to notice something, and he sort of scoffs and walks away. Those fucking rugs are hideous in that stall.
Yeah.
Drugs? They're just selling drugs?
Oh, rugs. Like rugs on the floor.
I don't
They would have
know.
stopped if there were drugs.
Probably took them a really long time.
Yeah.
You guys continue passing through now, through the trades district, back through the temple ward, where you'd been just the day before. This is where you found many of the temples to the great deities of the material plane, as well as some of the smaller deities that get smaller buildings, and of course Plinth, the sort of open religion temple that allows anyone to spend the night here. You guys don't walk directly by Plinth, but nevertheless you can see its long, flat roof from a couple streets over. Here things are much quieter, and you pass your way through now to the outskirts of Waterdeep proper. It is a long walk. It takes probably a total of 3 hours just to walk all the way toward the base of Mount Waterdeep. From a distance, the mountain does look pretty close, but that is simply because of how massive it is. Mount Waterdeep stands solo on the horizon. It doesn't seem to be spawned from any mountain range or tectonic shift. It seems to really just be an isolated mountain that breaches through a fairly flat landscape. It is immense, though, snow-covered on the top, and you can even see there are small buildings and structures that dot the landscape of the mountain. Even higher up, about halfway up the mountain, you see small what look like roads or foothills that lead to small buildings that look to be snow-capped. It looks well established, and the buildings only increase in density as you look down toward the base. In fact, there even seems to be a small city built at the base of the mountain. While outside the walls of Waterdeep, this is nevertheless considered a part of Waterdeep, and you guys slowly make your way there. Is there anything you guys want to do on your walk?
You know, that's like sort of like my home.
The mountain?
Mm-hmm.
And in what way? You lived on one?
Yeah, everything there was sort of mountainous and snowy.
You get cold?
I mean, besides the inside. No, I don't. Some people say they do. Maybe they do.
So, like, your, like base was the mountain?
No, like, all of Valhalla is sort of... I mean, I guess there's some snowy plains, too, but it's all snow or rock. Except we've built a few villages with some grass inside.
That didn't get, like, sad?
What do you mean?
Just all mountain? No, and snow? And nothing else?
It doesn't bother me so much, but a lot of people consider that one of the main things we need to change.
Yeah, you guys need, like, a botanist or something.
Yeah, we do. We have a guy who does some of that, but he's just has a lot on his plate, I suppose.
So he's just not, like, good at his job?
Well, it's a broad job, you know. Plants and animals and science all together. Also, he's an asshole, so he distracts himself with that.
Oh, which one is this?
The second night.
Pointer
Finger, as Doolam would say. But, you know, there's something beautiful about snow and rock.
It is nice, especially in contrast with the surroundings, you know? Like, it's pretty temperate down here. Maybe a little chilly, but it's cool to imagine if you wanted a vacation, you could just climb up there and then it's frozen as fuck.
Why would you go on a vacation somewhere frozen as fuck?
People do that, you know? They go to, like, resorts in the mountains. There's, like, hot springs you could visit and if you like the cold.
Oh, hot springs would be nice. That's a good idea.
Yeah, there's some islands out in the Swords Coast that you can go to that have cold weather but warm springs. Sort of a cool idea, right?
How do you know that?
I don't know. Sort of know it.
You just do? Oh.
Is that weird?
Oh, I don't. You know a lot about the material plane.
Well, I mean, you know, I suppose I met a lot of people who lived here, and I lived here once. Not that I can remember all of it, but a lot of people talk about it.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Anyway, so do you guys plan on, like, getting into fights today? Because I don't exactly know what this whole dungeon thing, what they expect from us. But I'm a little nervous that, like, old Malagus is really tired today, and I really don't feel like fighting a bunch of things.
I'm certain we're going to get into some fights today.
Did you not sleep well last night either? Or?
No, I slept fine. I'm just really tired.
Who else didn't sleep well last night?
I mean, I could have slept better.
I slept fine.
Not according to Malagus.
Malagus doesn't know what he's talking about. He's sick. He has something.
He does have some. That's another thing we really need to put on our to-do list, is to take him to the healers in those churches.
Oh, yeah, no, we have a very long to-do list of stuff here.
Yeah.
True. I'm glad we're prioritizing. I'm especially glad we might get some money for this. My hope is that maybe we just go in there, supposedly there's a lot of, like, quest boards in these sort of places. We just pick up a couple easy ones, grab some coin, and then get out. How's that sound?
And get Hyre's brother.
Yeah, so the brother part is the most important, but yeah.
I sort of forgot about that, but, maybe, hopefully, here's my hope. Double time it, where somebody is actually asking for your brother, like, financially, help save my brother, I'll pay for him. And then we can get money for saving him and save him.
Oh, Hyre, do you have another brother?
Yeah, anyone that we could, like, sort of extort a lot of money from.
Maybe like a wealthy brother?
Yeah, so I don't really believe in that.
Well.
Well,
like if you want, like, I could offer to pay you guys to find my brother.
No, we're a party. We do things for the good of it. But maybe, how about this? We finish up whatever quest your brother was doing.
I mean, I'm sure he got it. I'm sure it's all fine. But if he needs help, for sure, yeah.
Yeah, maybe split the reward 6 ways? How many fucking people do we have? Odo, Mally,
I mean, only
Moles,
5 with us
Hyre,
right now.
Yeah,
Sid.
just 5. That's a great cut.
Well, there's 6 when you add in Sabir, and there's 7 with Monty, but it's only 7 ways. bet we can make some goals of doing that.
Does Samir get a cut? He's not really here right now, is all I'm thinking.
He's meeting us there. And we don't want to get stingy with money in front of Samir, because then he's going to get stingy with money, and that's going to be worse for us than it is for him.
Yeah, he's paid for a lot.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, I suppose then he gets a cut. That's fine. Honestly, hopefully what we can do is just take some really dumb fuck idea, quest things in there that will give us a lot of money that are really dangerous. And if one of us goes down, then that's more cuts for the rest of us, Perfect.
So if someone goes down, I'm probably going to bring them back up, unfortunately, Malagus.
Yeah, that is unfortunate, yeah.
Yeah, I think they still get part of the cut.
All right, fair enough.
Malagus, I like to think if you died in battle, we'd at least put, the money in your grave or something.
Why the fuck would you do that? I expect you to use every penny. Sell my clothes, too.
Wouldn't even really be his grave when you think about it.
Yeah, just lay me down in the grave I got dug out of.
Yeah, in Malagus's grave.
Yeah, it's still got my name on it. You can save money.
Oh, not your name. A name.
All right. Fuck you.
Well,
right, you guys.
we need a grave that says Truth Belly on it now.
Oh, true. Hey, Malagus, do you have another last name?
I don't know. Probably not. He
You
shrugged.
lived as Malagus in Lettermore for a year, and you don't know whatever Malagus's last name was.
Honestly, I probably wrote it down somewhere.
Whew. I'm so glad to be in this situation with you of all people.
Thank you. That's fine. I think we're really gonna go far together. Fucking bastard. Alright, as you guys make your way through Waterdeep now, you officially reach the great stone gates that surround the city of Waterdeep. It being a port town, it's sort of like a U shape, a horseshoe of stone walls that surround it. And there are several entrances and exits that are kept open most of the day. So it is no different now as you approach one of the great stone portcullises with the gates open and a few guards sort of mulling around. They don't look that interested in their job. You see the guards stationed around this specific entrance look to be playing cards with one another or talking and laughing jovially. They don't really seem to be keeping an eye on who's coming and going so much, but they're still here, so there is still sort of a police presence. You also notice at this specific exit that you're walking through, there is a much larger little force of guards off to the right-hand side of the exit. You notice up against the great stone wall, there is some very brightly colored pink and green, what looks like graffiti, scrawled onto the wall up to 10 feet high. The guards here are working, scrubbing with great brushes with what looks like some soap and water on the end, trying to scrub the graffiti off. And they look like they've gotten already about halfway, but you notice what half is there seems to be some sort of mocking of the open lord here. You see some young man with a crown on his head, and he looks buck naked otherwise, and it looks like there was something happening in his lower half, but it is now since been scrubbed out.
Nice.
Dang, do you think they aren't allowed to say bad things? Or I guess that it's really inappropriate actually. Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
honestly,
I mean, there's children around.
I feel like any graffiti that has penises in it, which I imagine was down there, it's not great.
Yes, it shows a
doesn't have
week
to be
later.
A penis. Yeah, true.
A week later, Dulam's on it. Imagine Hyre in Etherland. If somebody drew Ether with sort of throwing it back sexy style, wouldn't that make you a bit offended? Hyre.
I've never had this thought. Would I be offended? Well, whatever it would be, it just wouldn't be correct. I don't think is it within a mortal's ability to ponder their god in their true form? No. So, it would be fake. So, who cares, really?
Fake. Got it. See, so, fact still remains, right?
I don't understand what point you were trying to make.
Yeah, I sort of got lost in there too, but I feel like, I was saying something.
You were?
Hey, our thing is being lost, I think. So,
Our thing?
because we're the lost.
Oh, yeah!
But, well,
I
all of us.
thought you meant
Dulam, yeah.
I thought you meant we had a thing that we were losing through this dumb conversation.
Yeah, I'm losing a few brain cells. Where are we?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. You guys don't even know. You don't know, all right? Hard being listen. It's hard being a member of some sort of imperial society. You know that there are some people who probably don't like whatever open lore they have here, especially because your guard buddy, what was his name? Torbil.
Nope. It was Topher.
Torber. Yeah. Torber was telling us that he was a young kid, and I would be pissy if somebody was above me but younger than me. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, somehow I didn't pick up on the fact that he was a kid.
Well, I don't know if he's like a kid, but even someone in their like 20s shouldn't really rule someplace. They just don't have the experience.
I agree with that. But sometimes someone can appear in their 20s and they're really old and wise.
You know, that's a good point. Maybe he's like elvish or some sort of long-lived race. That's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Don't judge a book by its cover.
Aye.
That's what Mama Malagus would always teach.
So you do remember her?
No, this is the mom that I have now.
Who's the mom that you have now? That confuses me more.
Yeah.
A mother figure who birthed me. This is not that hard, Hyre.
Sorry, is your mom Iceland for birthing you then?
I don't think so. I'd guess not.
Hyre, I want you to reconsider that.
I mean, you could answer the question and clear up my misconceptions.
I'm all set, buddy.
Okay.
It's Malagus and Iceland's mom that you're talking about, right?
Yes.
I thought you
So
specifically.
you do remember her. Because when I asked you if you did, you were like, nope, didn't care about that old bat. No idea.
Well, fact still stands. I didn't care about that old bat.
Okay, that's cool.
What you being all weird about? Jesus, Orpheus.
So, on to see Hyre's brother. We're going to see Hyre's brother.
Alright, let's see your brother, Hyre. And you guys make your way back out. At this point, you have crossed the threshold of the Waterdeep stony border. The guards sort of give you a nod as you make your way out, and you enter into a sort of grassy, hilly land that briefly separates the Waterdeep proper city and this sort of adjunct city nearby that's built around the Undermountain. It is not a long walk. It looks like it's about a mile stretch in total. The same sort of distance that you guys had between here and Downshadow, the name of that port, the sort of train station that you guys stopped by the day before. As you guys make your way through this green, hilly land, the road beneath you sort of changes from stoned cobblestone to dirt and gravel, and the air sort of changes as well. The scents of city life give way to a cool, dry breeze blowing down from the mountain, and a bit of stone and dust kicking up. It's still fairly populated here, though. Your walk has not been alone at all. Several, even dozen people seem to be making the same trek you guys are, either on foot or by carriage. There seem to be some adventurers with great heavy packs on their back, or healers from the Temple District making their way, or great carriages likely housing important individuals on their way to the Undermountain. All the same, though, lots of people seem to be using this thoroughfare to get to where you guys are going as well. And as you keep walking, you eventually start hearing the distant sound from the small little, like, Undermountain village in front of you of clanking steel on steel, raucous laughter, and the occasional blast of arcane energy.
Where's the blasting coming from?
You look up now. Give me a perception check.
Just a slimy 20.
Holy.
You look out now, Hyre, and you've got a pretty good set of eyes here. You squint a bit, and you can see there is definitely a little town here. In fact, there seems to be a pretty intense little, like, what you'd almost imagine is some sort of adventuring guild, you think. There seem to be all manner of individuals sort of huddled around doing a bunch of different stuff here. There is a showcase of different things, or at least some sort of, like, perhaps practice. You see sparring matches, you see acrobats sort of doing stunts and tricks over boxes, you see magical duels that don't seem to be violent in nature, but rather young spellcasters practicing their arcane talents against one another. And all of this is set in what looks like some sort of large yard of a great wooden building emblazoned with a beautiful emblem of some sort of adventuring guild. You see several of these buildings as you approach. This one, however, seems to be the closest, and therefore you can see and hear the magic.
Oh, that's nice. Hyre, you're gonna join a little fraternity?
I think I'm too old for that. I guess I just more wanted to see what we got going on here. Because I mean, this is our competition theoretically for fighting here. Can I try to like look specifically at like the symbol?
Yeah, it's still pretty far away now. You just gotta have a good view from the distance. So as you guys sort of approach further, you get a better view of this specific guild. You imagine what this is. It looks to be... I will use your 20 slimy check earlier. It looks to be a very bright green shield. And above it, you see 2 bow and arrows crossed and armed with arrows at the ready. There's something beneath this, and it's sort of hard to tell from a distance, but as you get a little closer, it looks to be a animal paw print that is cut out of the green background beneath the 2 bow and arrows that are armed. If you want to roll a history check to see if you've recognized this, I would allow that.
About to be the biggest history of your life. 9.
You look at it, no specific terms are coming to mind, though it does look maybe druidic in nature, or perhaps like rangers, something in there.
Dulam, have you seen that symbol before?
Looking at it, do I think I've seen it?
You have not, Dulam. Not in your history.
No, I don't think I have. Is it important?
I don't know, might be. At least
Well,
here
I'll
it is.
remember it.
All right, log it to the memory banks. You guys continue your approach now to this little mountainside village. The path leading to the entrance of the Undermountain is well trodden. It is lined with caravans. You see covered wagons lined up on the side of the road now. These look to be from distant land. You see mud caked up on the wheels and the bodies, and you see very wary-looking adventurers getting out of these caravans and supplying themselves with adventuring supplies holed up in the back. You imagine these adventurers have probably been traveling for likely hundreds of miles to arrive at this specific dungeon. You also see pop-up shops along the sides of the road here, similar to the ones you saw in the trade district. These sort of just like small, slightly slimy merchants just right on the edge of the road. And there are all sorts of tents on the side of the road as well. These are likely adventurers or even commoners who have just come out to this area to enjoy the adventuring and the sort of danger that comes with dungeon delving here. And as you guys sort of reach into this little village, none of these structures look that permanent except for a few guild structures. Everything just seems like a little carnival ground almost, built up around the adventuring that happens here. You guys passed a massive wooden gate that seems to sort of hold this area together, keeping out wolves or other dangers of the wildlife here. And along the wooden sign that seems to hang above this great gate, you read the following: "Welcome to the Waterdeep Undermountain." Underneath it, it reads smaller: "All dungeon delvers should be wary to register with an adventuring guild." And you guys walk into this little makeshift village. There's all sorts of stuff that you guys see as you enter here. There are adventurers being sought after for jobs. You see up close now the showcase outside of this great guild hall that's sort of pulled up against the side of the road here. In fact, if you look around and all of the ground here seems to be that same gravel and dirt path that the road was before. It seems somewhat civilized. They've done a good job making this place feel very almost commercialized now. You see alongside the road that you had just walked in, right at the entrance of this little area, are 2 guards that seem to be stationed, lazily watching the entrance. They barely notice as you guys walk in. And right at the entrance there is a great wooden board that seems to have some hastily written scraps of parchment nailed up to the board that look to be very simple missions or quests that commoners have put up here. You see signs that read stuff like, "Wanted, a guide for the depths below. Must have experience past floor 5, 100 gold pieces per day." Or something like, "Lost, my brother Goran was last seen in the goblin-infested ruins of level 3. Reward negotiable."
Lost is level 3?
He was like, Goran had no business in the mines.
But finally, you see something that says, test your strength. This one reads, the Hollow Oath Adventuring Guild is recruiting warriors. Survive our trial and join our guild for a 200 gold piece sign-on bonus.
Oh. What are they called? Sorry, Hollow Knight?
The
No, that can't be
Hollow
it.
Oath.
Even
Hollow
better.
A Hollow Knight, whoa.
Well, if I was Monty and wanted a quick cash, I would go for the 200 gold piece sign-on bonus.
Malagus gives it a quick look over, and he looks around. You see this whole area is heavily populated. There are all sorts of adventurers walking everywhere, and that's truly what they are. There are people clad in armor, people with weapons slung over their shoulders. It looks sort of like a miniature militia has built up camp here. There's lots of very crappy makeshift inns here and tenting spots for you to place camp outside of the mountain. And Malagus sort of points around and goes, these quests seem sort of small potatoes. I bet if we go a little further, we might get some real gold.
200 gold piece per person? That's real gold, Malagus.
Well, yeah, but that's if we sign on, you know? These places, they always have little, like, tricks, you know? It's like, oh, you have to work with us 2 years or something minimum. And I don't really want to be caught in some legal dispute with people who are likely well-armed.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
and
All
I don't
right.
know. I don't know what does it mean like to be on someone's like guild.
I suppose that's true.
I might be being negative though. We can go give it a check if you'd all like.
No, let's keep going. If you think there's better ahead, let's keep on.
All right. Malagus pushes by. Too bad for that guy's brother though, huh? Goran.
I mean, we could maybe help Goran. How much was the cash for that one? I shouldn't care.
Reward negotiable.
I don't like this. What's stopping someone from just going in that cave and picking off another adventurer when no one else is watching, and then you blame it on the dungeon?
Yeah, I'd do that for sure. That's
Exactly.
That is a brilliant idea.
But what should be the point of that, Malagus?
Well, how about this? One of those quests, he sort of backtracks now, going back to the board and looks around and goes, this one here says, a guide for the depths below, 100 gold pieces per day. I would just find that person and say, hey, shithead, I know where we're going, and then I just lead them in circles for like 20 days before, they give me enough money that I'm content, then I ditch them.
Oh.
See?
I mean,
Don't you think they would probably come with the amount of gold for the amount of days they expected to be down there?
Well, yeah, but I tell them beforehand, I'd be like, listen, it's gonna take a long fucking time. Then they'd go, okay, Mr. Malagus. They'd say that.
I mean, I think it depends on if you want to keep a reputation around here or not. If the people live, then you might not get trusted by other people. I don't know. I wish we knew more about this place, but
yeah, it did sort of concern me that one of the only signs out front said you have to join an adventuring guild. Is this place fucking unionized?
I think so.
Well, what's the point though? Or they probably just take money out from you.
Maybe they also protect you or something?
From what?
I don't know, companies stealing your labor. No, it's probably like there's some sort of insurance policy, There's healers in the guild, you team up.
I feel like we should ask someone about this, but I don't know if I trust a guild, to be honest, and I don't know if adventurers will hand out information for free.
Well, luckily, we're a big group. We can ask around here, Maybe we could go to, and Malagus points to the huge guild building right next to you guys that seems to house that giant green shield emblem that you guys saw from a distance. Look, they've got a lot of stuff going on. You see in there the, grassy yard that they have right out front. They have several small competitions set up. Feats of strength, wizard duels, and some acrobatic races in the front. There even seems to be a small wooden table set out on the grass with 2... what looks like recruiters set up that are calling out to people who walk by. We could just go check in with them.
Yeah, let's just go ask the recruiters.
All right.
I bet they'd really like my wobble.
Yeah.
You are pretty wobbly. All right, you guys walk up to this little recruitment table. You see 2 individuals sitting on, just sitting at the ready. They look to be very chipper. The 2 of them are calling out to people as they walk by. You see one of them, the individual on the left, seems to be a slightly blue-skinned elven man. The blue looks sickly at first, but as you get closer, you notice he has 2 pairs of gills right under his cheekbones. The other individual is a hardened, darker-skinned man, a human, that looks pretty battle-torn, with rippling muscles and a great scar down the left side of his face.
Wow.
The two of them look at you guys as you approach and call out to you even before you get there. The warrior with the scar speaking first, shouting out to you all, "Well, is that a group of adventurers coming? Goodness, you all look like a strong lot. Please, come forth. We can offer you gold today in hand for feats of strength and competition. If you beat one of our own, we will supply you with gold today only. A special recruitment fair."
The cat.
The cat?
The
The
cat.
cash.
Like, why would you do that?
No, catch friend. It's just a simple matter of you may only win one game per day. Of course, if you join our guild, you're free to compete as much as you like all day. But this is merely a test of your strength. If you succeed well, we'd love to offer you a place in our guild. It's quite recommended that every member of the Undermountain Dungeon Delving Committee, the community here really, should be a part of some guild, and you all look quite empty-handed right now.
Oh, recommended.
What do you guys gain out of that though?
Just a small cut of whatever treasure you find down there. Nothing substantial, of course. We usually charge for new-coming adventurers as mere as 20% of the profits, but as you increase in rank, it can go down to 5%.
I whisper to the party, what was Samir's remember when he made us that sale? Wasn't it 2% off?
Something like that, yeah. Hey, and so what did we get out of being in a guild?
Well, quite a bit, miss. If you yourself are
Sir?
some sort of... the figure looks confused. You see it looks back for a second. Yes, sir. If you are some
Right.
sort of, I imagine, with your stature and your appearance, a healer of some type?
No. Try it one more time, buddy.
I
There's
believe
nothing wrong with being a healer though.
That's not what I am at all.
I'm getting off on the wrong
whatsoever.
foot here. You're getting off on the wrong
Yes.
foot. You see,
Try harder.
a healer is only as good as their party, and if
Okay.
a group, a party, an adventuring party, fails in combat and their healer is unable to resurrect them, well, we offer a special service as part of our adventuring group. Once per day, we traverse the first 5 levels of the dungeon and bring back the corpses of any individuals that we find there that are a member of our guild.
Oh.
Now, of course, we have several packages that you can be a part of. You see, if any other adventuring guild finds your body first, they might incinerate it or rob it or dispose of it somewhere deep and quiet that we can't find you. So it really depends.
Why would they do that?
Well, because they want you to be a part of their group. Now, we would never do that to any
Yeah,
other
you guys haven't done that,
individual.
right?
Never once, of course. But there are some nastier groups out here that are less than official guilds that will do so. I'm sorry to tell you this, but adventuring has become quite the commodity in terms of individuals shelling each other out. In addition, also, you earn yourself a bit of comfort knowing that if you run into any other adventurers bearing this green symbol and you see the figure, the warrior, flash a badge on his chest that looks sort of just like a little emblem that he's pinned to his breastplate. It's the same symbol that you see enormous blown up on the side of their building, but here it's much smaller, but you can see the bright green from several tens of feet away. If you see this, you know you have an ally, someone you can trade supplies with, gain rations from, perhaps even offload some of your supplies to be sold back here. It's not always you find allies down in the dungeon. You see, sometimes you might find the guildless, is what we call them. Individuals who go down there just for the fun of hunting monsters and killing whatever they can see. And those poor fellows will hack and slash at whatever they find, human or not. So it's good to have allies.
Hyre's freaking the fuck out.
Now, guildless are rare, and we and the rest of the guilds are doing a good job of acquiring as many guildless as we can into each of our guilds and sort of whipping them into place, making sure they don't do such violent acts. But some of the worst of society sort of take out their anger and rage on others in the dungeon, for it is an easy place to get killed.
So, do you have a roster of everyone in your guild? Because I pretty much only want to join a guild if it's the same one this one guy joined.
Well, we have some of our legendary champions that are we house their names inside. If perhaps that's what you're looking for, a character of legend.
Not interested in that.
Not interested in that.
Just a specific guy. Looks like this one. I pointed higher.
I lost my brother.
Right,
in
we have-
there.
Yes, of course. We have a number of kobold and dragon-like creatures under our command. Though it is not in my permission to just give out names of members of our community. You'd have to join to be a part of it. But I assure you that we are one of the strongest guilds in the entire Waterdeep Undermountain. In fact, that is what this recruitment fair is for. If you find yourself, say, in a strength challenge against one of our warriors and you lose, you know that you'll have a powerful ally down in the Undermountain. What can I say? Perhaps I can interest some of you in some friendly sparring, or perhaps a duel.
I mean, the way you make it sounds like a win-win, but I kind of need to find my brother as soon as possible. But I guess it would be advantageous to have more allies down there than not.
Yes, and we have a starting salary of 10 gold pieces per day as long as you're venturing into the Undermountain.
Oh, what a joke.
And for completing, victoriously beating any of our current members in any of these playful challenges we offer, we'll give you a whopping 30 gold pieces.
Oh, come on, let's go get to the 200.
Oh, no, you don't want to go to the, you don't want to go to the Hollow Oath. They're a bad guild.
What's so wrong with them?
Oh, simple things like they charge inexorbitant fees to be a part of their guild, and they're so new and small, you don't have champions like we do here at Fogfoot.
So they're like unorganized and play fast and loose with the rules?
Dangerously, yes. In fact, they're even a guild that's, rumor has it, hasn't even made it past level 8.
So if they're so rough around the edges, do you think they'd let us see their roster?
No, it is part of the guild master's policy that no one is allowed to see a roster unless they are a member of that guild.
God, what an annoying policy.
That is
Seems
standard
like the
issue.
Hollow Oath people don't so much care about that sort of thing.
Old people?
Hollow
ma'am?
Oath people. Sir!
They would care, I assure you. The other individual at the table sort of elbows his compatriot and sort of leans into his ear and whispers something that you can't quite hear. Then he looks back to you and goes, it seems I'm not making any progress with you. You're a fairly large group, so if you plan to sign up, please do so now, and if not, please make way for more interested adventurers in Fogfoot.
We just got here. We'll evaluate our options and come back if this is the guild for us.
Please consider us. And then you guys sort of wander away. Malaga scoffs and goes, what a bunch of fucking freeloaders, Jesus. They just sit around all day and just take money from people who go down and do work. Christ.
Yeah.
I will say he sort of scared me with the whole adventurers kill each other thing. That wasn't great to hear.
Oh, whatever. People kill each other everywhere. You just have to not let them.
Yeah, but they have a reason to here. You're like incentivized to.
We've been carrying around gold everywhere we go.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's just a little more lawless here. Oh,
suppose that's true.
Is it crazy to say, what if we all joined different guilds? Then couldn't we find out everyone's roster?
Are we even sure that your brother Monty would actually join a guild? I mean, if he
was working for the Etherians, I feel like he would want all the profit.
I believe so too.
For
also,
them, but
the guild was saying they take a lot off the top. 20% is a lot, and on top of that,
20% is a lot.
Yeah, Monty didn't know how long he'd be here, If he had the same opinions as the rest of your people in the plinth, they all sounded like they thought they'd be leaving any day now, so he probably wouldn't sign himself up to some guild for likely years if he only thought he'd be here for a few months.
I agree he probably didn't join a cult, a guild, but
probably.
But what if he did? I don't.
Well, I think we might be talking to the wrong people. Let's go. Maybe we should talk to some adventurers who've actually been down there and be like, "Hey, have you seen a kobold down there?" Because these people, these are all like bureaucrats.
Pencil pushers.
Exactly. gestures to the two people at the table. They look like they've never seen a day of battle in their lives.
Oh, that one guy had some pretty sick scars, though.
Yeah, I suppose. And you know, I don't mean to change your opinions on things. We could still check in with other guilds. Perhaps that other one does actually share information, you know?
Yeah, could be.
He said something about a guild master, but if these people, or if these guilds hate each other so much that sometimes they fight down there, then I doubt they actually know what's going on in other places.
I agree with that.
I don't know. I think whatever we do, we should do it now.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Hyre, you know your brother best. What do you suppose we do?
I mean, I don't think he joined a group, if that's what you mean, but I think we still need more information before we go in. I don't want to lose you guys too. We should know what we're dealing with and how far we can go down. It sounds like things get pretty bad after level 5.
You know, it does also sound like that these guilds might offer us resources. Like, those two shitbags didn't even mention it, but if we're able to, like, hire somebody who does actually, hire, who knows the dungeon, they might be able to lead us.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like, somebody who knows, you know, that advertisement at the front that said 100 gold for a guide, that could be something we get for free in a guild. I know I'm changing my mind so suddenly, but I don't know. I don't want to lose all of our options. Well, what does the rest of the group think? Like, you know, does it go against your code in there, Duelam, if we join a group and get paid 200 gold to stay there for a year and then we only spend 2 days there and leave and never see them again?
Yes, if that's what we agreed to.
Okay, but you
Did
know...
they say there's a term limit? I don't think they ever said
they haven't
that.
mentioned a term yet.
I think
Yeah,
it's just
we
like a
didn't even-
contract.
Exactly, but I will say we didn't really show any interest in joining that last one, so they probably didn't give us the whole pitch.
This might be true.
There's certainly more we need to know. I think we should talk to more people.
I agree
Want
with
to go
that.
to that other one that was offering 200 gold, or we could just keep looking around. I still think buying a healing potion is good too. There seem to be a few shops around here.
We can do that, and maybe we can also find some adventurers who look on our level.
What's his R
Talk to
level?
them. You know, just sort of on the same page with us about good authority, fake authority, etc.
What
You know.
do you guys think? I don't know. I guess what if Monty went down too deep? What if we go down and we don't even go deep enough? And sorry, I'm just thinking ahead.
I feel, however deep he was able to get on his own, we can certainly get as a group.
Exactly. Unless was Monty like a stealthy type? How did he operate? Hyre.
That's a good question.
If anything, he would be stealth. Yeah, I mean, he was pretty stealthy, but I feel like that just means it would have been easier for him to slip lower and lower without being noticed on the first levels. God, we just need to learn so much more. Like, are all like, do you get to choose what level you go down? Do you have to pass one level to get to the next?
I
Well,
would bet you have to. Oh, sorry.
Well, if anything, I feel like if he's gonna go down that far, he must be like after something specific. Like maybe he took a specific job, you know?
Well, that's true, yeah. How is he even getting money? You know, he's probably taking jobs. So if we can find the right person who gave him a job, then we'll know what he's doing.
And
That's
these
what I'm
jobs,
saying.
these jobs that are out here have to be at least somewhat recent. Maybe not, what was it, 10 days? But
So then he probably took something else. Maybe there's like is there some sort of like quest master or somebody who like runs a board? Because that one seems sort of, I don't know, there probably is more around here. I just don't know who to talk to.
I agree with that.
Oh, and what I was going to say earlier, Hyre, was just if your brother is a sneaky type, he could have actually gotten very deep on his own, deeper than we could, because he just wasn't running into things, you know? Hiding in shadows, creeping. You could probably make your way pretty deep without ever running into anything.
yeah, that's
Hmm.
kind of what I fear. I don't know. We'll have to figure out how deep we can go and set a limit from there, I guess.
Yeah, it kind of makes me wonder how deep the cleanup crews go, you know? Because I feel like surely there's even like a limit to as how far they can go too.
That's a good
Well,
point.
The last group, the group we just talked to, said their limit was the 5th level for healers.
Mason, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I'm changing microphones. It sounded like we could like pay money to get them to take care of us deeper, but that's sort of fucked up, you know? Should we just go ask another adventuring guild what their situation is, and maybe we can figure out who gives out the quests? Because I think that's a good starting place.
That's a good idea. Or asking another group of heroes.
Yeah.
you guys think we should stay together for this, or?
I think so.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
maybe we could split up to get information, but I definitely don't think we should go into the labyrinth on our own.
Oh yeah, I meant just for information and just I don't know. It might be helpful for these people to not know where our allegiances lie.
That's devious.
It wasn't meant to be, but
So, okay, what's our plan? One team goes and talks to who, and the other team goes and talks to who? One of us could go for adventurers. Malagus could go buy health potions.
I could go buy a health potion. Honestly, I would even go, like, maybe me and Demos can go find another adventuring group and, like, sort of interrogate them. I feel like we'd be good, right? He nudges you, Demos, and gives you a sly smile.
Yeah, sure, Malagus. I don't see why not.
All right.
I mean, what do you mean? Just like ask them questions, not like it. Sorry, the word
just
interrogate just scares me.
Just questions, that's all.
Demos, keep them on a tight leash.
Well, fuck.
Oh.
You should be asking me to do that to Demos. Fuck you, Hyre. Maybe you should go get a health potion since you're the, like, healer.
I do that just with my body. So
Whoa.
Well, my body is a health potion. Drink it up.
Hey, yo.
Gives me life.
Gives you life?
All right, then, I don't know. You guys could go, like, ask some adventurers. Or you seem to get along with strong people.
Oh, yeah. I would love to talk to some adventurers.
Yeah, you know, I'm noticing some things here. Look at this. Malagus gets sort of sidetracked, and you notice he's watching the entrance of this Undermountain. There seems to be a huge wooden structure, almost like the entrance of a mine shaft, built into one of the walls of the giant mountain, and lots of people keep walking in and out. You see adventurers walk in as well as merchants walk in. You even see, like, commoners. There's a noble walking in with a slouched over bodyguard behind him, and Malagus points and goes, it's just sort of weird, because I imagine that the second you walk in it gets dangerous, but there's a lot of people, like merchants and vendors and shit, that are going into the dungeon that don't look very well defended. So I'm wondering if maybe we could learn some more even in there.
Maybe, yeah, maybe on the first floor.
They might have a little inside area.
we should
Sure.
check.
All right, so splitting up.
And I guess
not-
just for the record, if it matters, Monty's yellow.
Okay, yeah, that's a good tip.
Good to know. All right, so you guys want to split up. So who wants to do what?
I'll be on team talk to heroes.
Okay, Orpheus is talking to heroes of the land. Demos, do you want to go with Malagus?
Gosh, I guess it depends. Is Orpheus gonna go with Malagus too?
I don't think I'm going with Malagus, am I?
You said you were going to go find adventurers, right?
Yeah, I thought he was doing something different, but
Okay,
I
he's-
don't mind if we're working together.
He was saying the two of you should go find like an adventuring guild, sort of like the one you just walked past to get more info from.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'll go with Malagus.
All right, cool. Hyre, what would you like to do?
I guess we don't have anyone else talking to another guild, so I'll probably seek out another guild.
Godspeed.
Cool. All right, and that leaves last but certainly not least. What are you going to be doing, Dulam?
I'll go talk to adventurers.
Wow.
He's an adventuring kind of guy. All right. Okay, so we'll start with the people hunting down adventurer, Dulam and Oro. You guys start picking your way through the crowd now. Again, it's a very dense crowd. There's a lot of people here moving about. There are huge groups of tourists that seem to be moving through here. These are commoners that are just coming up to like see the sights and the sounds. You imagine this probably is a pretty big tourist destination, considering that Officer Topher informed you guys that this is the biggest dungeon in the entire area of Faerun that adventurers like to go into. So it's probably a pretty big tourist trap. As well, there are also a lot of merchants that are shoving by with their supplies, but nevertheless, there's still a lot of adventurers. So what are you guys looking for exactly?
A weathered man in a suit of armor that is well worn.
With a group or alone?
With 2 to 3 other respectable looking men or women or other.
Woke. Or other.
Sorry, I'm just trying to wokeify our podcast.
Okay, wait, so an old man with young women?
How could you have gotten that from what I said?
I was completely lost looking through my NPC list. What the fuck do you want? An old man. I got old man.
No, it doesn't have to be old. I'm looking for a well-weathered, like, you know, like he's...
Weathered.
Yeah, weathered. Like, he's got some scars. He's not fucking fresh-faced, prepubescent, whatever. A man!
Experienced
Real
man.
Yes, experienced man. 34 or older. Wearing armor. Doesn't have to be full suit, but plate. Not any of that chain bullshit.
And no
2
leather.
to 3 companions of any gender or age.
But then you said something about women.
I said men, women, or other!
All right, you look around. Can I get an investigation check?
Oh my god.
I would like
Sherlock.
either one of you guys roll with advantage or both of you guys roll, and we'll take the...
I'll give you advantage.
Thank you. Wow, terrible rolls. 17 is my total.
Okay, 17, not so bad at all. The two of you look around for a bit. I assume Duelam, you gave advantage here. Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Awesome. So the two of you look around for a little bit. There's a lot of crowd to sort of trudge through here. So it ends up taking you guys the better part of like 15 minutes or so to actually find somebody who is not actively in a conversation that you can pull aside and sort of inquire about what you're asking about.
Mm-hmm.
But nevertheless, you eventually do find a group. Specifically, there is a tall, almost giant-looking man buffeted by 2 thin, battered warforged.
I don't know if I would go up to this guy.
Pass on this guy, okay.
With the
Move back.
Warforged, it's a weird vibe for Oro. It's not a social issue. He's confident yet in navigating.
You find the next guy then down the road, a solo individual. You pass it up. Duelam, you also pass this guy up. Down the road, you find a very weathered half-orc wearing full plate mail. The half-orc has gray, cracked skin, almost as if the man is made of stone. And you notice his left eye is looks to be some sort of like pulled out, perhaps, but no eye patch over it. Just the raw, nasty scar and the empty eye socket left. The gentleman has an oversized sword strapped over his back, and looks to be opening some sort of book in his hand. It looks to be an atlas of sorts. You see maps poking out of the edges.
I want to just step right up. I see your sock in it, brother. Looks good. Looks really good.
The figure peers over, and you notice now up close that the man is wearing very thinly framed spectacles, reading glasses over his eyes. That as he sees you approach and talk to him, he closes them gingerly and tucks them into a side pouch on the side of his great plate mail, and he gingerly closes the book.
Armor's looking great, too.
What can I do you for?
I'm Sir Orpheus. This is Duelam.
Yeah,
Hello.
I get it. You're trying to sell me something, just out with it. What is it, another adventuring guild?
No, fuck those guilds. Bureaucratic nonsense, right?
Yeah, all right. And you see his
yeah.
attention sort of brightens a bit, and you see the bluntness sort of disappear as his eyes go a little bit wider. Yeah, all right. What you looking for then? It's nice to meet you.
So I'm looking. It's nice to meet you too. I'm Sir Orpheus. This is Duelam. What's your name, brother?
Sir Orpheus. Oh, you're a knight. That's real nice.
Oh yeah, big time.
Well, it's nice to meet you. And he sticks up this huge, meaty hand to you. It's gloved with huge plate mail on it.
Nice. What's your name?
It's a pleasure. My name is Napith.
Napith. I take his hand, shake it, and I shake it a little harder. Love to hear the sound of the planks clanking together. It's just like home, you know?
Clank, 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 clank.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Napith Ashbasher. Nice to meet you.
Napith Ashbasher. That's a fucking great. They gave me a last name when I got here. It's lame. I didn't get one that good. So what were we gonna say? Oh, yes! My friend's brother. Not this friend. Another friend. I have many. This one that I'm talking about is a kobold. He's blue, but his brother's yellow. We're looking for the brother. His name's Monty, somewhere in these mines, trying to earn money to donate to a religious cause, but we think he might be in trouble. Have you seen anything like that? Napith?
Napith.
Yeah, no, that's me. Listen, I'm thinking about
Yeah.
kobolds. To be honest with you, I haven't really got a lot of kobold friends or folks I talk to.
I only have the one. He's great,
Unfortunately,
though.
I really haven't actually got a lot of information for you on a kobold. I actually haven't adventured into the dungeon yet. I'm still searching treasure maps to take down there and find myself some supplies.
Oh.
Could I ask where you got the treasure maps?
Oh yeah, actually, just inside a little deeper, you'll find the real stuff. You see, out here, it's sort of like tourists mostly. These folks are adventurers who are just going around here, showing off what I like to call beach muscles. They don't really have to show.
Yeah.
But he looks at you now, and he looks at Duelam, and he goes, "I can tell you've killed before. I can feel it. Good. That's good. You could kill again down there."
Okay. I mean, it's not my favorite thing to do here, but it happens.
Well, what I'm saying is, deeper inside, there's actually still a bit of civilization in there. Even
okay.
the level, the whole first floor of the dungeon is mostly cleared out, civilized. You head your way in there, you find real shops, you find real adventurers. There even is what you call sort of like a quest master that puts up a lot of quests inside. Those are where you can get real money. They got stuff in there, 1,000 gold, 10,000 gold, real shit, and it's given out by actual people, not these shitty guilds that live out here.
Oh, well, I think I found a real adventurer just now, Napith, but thank you for all the tips.
Yeah, right. Sorry I couldn't help you more on your kobold, but I'm sure someone in there might know. The people who camp inside, those are the real rough ones. Those are the ones that actually go in the dungeon. Out here, you're probably going to find a lot of people who are in training, a lot of people who just got here, people just letting off steam.
Not to show ponies, yeah.
That's what it is. Honestly, I bet 90% of the people out here haven't even made it past the second level. They just go down there, they, kill a goblin, they come back, and they're a hero of the town,
I spit on the floor.
Yeah, I can tell you're like me. You seek worthy battles.
Oh, yeah. All right, well, I'm gonna head out, find my friends, head down to the real shit, but good luck, brother. Don't die, and if you do it badass.
All right, my friend. Hey, listen, before you go, there's a word of warning from warrior to another.
Yeah.
You should really be careful down there of the guilds. If they find you're not a part of the guild, a lot of them have legal authority to kill you. They sort of consider you a feral, There's so many people part of guilds now. It's sort of dangerous down there. And like I was saying, not a lot make it past the second floor, but there are a couple, Some of the crazier ones actually make it down there, and you won't run into them often, but if you do, be on your toes, all right? They might act nice, but I've had my coin purse stolen and my throat nearly slashed too many times to count down there by people who I thought were my friends.
I thought you said you'd never been down there?
No, I haven't been down there this time. This is actually, I'm returning here. It's been about 6 months. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
No, you didn't lose this kobold 6 months ago, did you? Because then maybe I knew him.
No, you're right. It was a much more recent thing. Hey, what put you on vacation for 6 months? Did you have a kid or something?
No, you see, real adventurers like me, and he bangs his chest plate, and it echoes loudly. You see the crowd around you guys go quiet for a minute as it the din shuts everyone up for a second, but they return. You see, us real adventurers, once we actually get proper coin from real adventures down there, we get to retire for a bit. Adventurers don't want to spend every day in the mines. I got enough money to rent myself a nice house for about 6 months, go to the tavern every night, buy ale for the whole, building, and bed quite a few nice ladies as well.
All right, good luck. Goodbye.
No family yet. Still mucking about, but I get a lot of my leads back in. All right, see ya.
Okay, bye.
And you walk away.
You think you know someone?
I know, right?
I rub your head.
All right, jumping over now to where Hyre is. Hyre, you're going off solo, is that right?
Oh, yeah.
All right, Hyre, you make your way out into the masses of people, the throngs of adventurers and commoners and everyone in between, shouting and yelling and having merriment. And what would you like to do? What are you looking for specifically?
I'm like, I guess, can I just make like a perception check on just like all the guilds that like I can see?
Yes, I'm gonna have you roll an investigation check.
Yeah, that is fair. Don't let me tell you what it is. It's not my job. 17.
Good roll. Okay, you go looking around with the 17. You see there are a lot. Just from your 15-minute walk around the little village here, you find that there are at least 8 guilds that you pass, and there seem to be a lot more really small up-and-coming ones that don't have buildings yet. The proper ones seem to all have these large wooden structures that sort of look like McMansions. You know, they're very big and grandiose, but they don't at all look like they're that fanciful. Those are the ones that clearly catch your eye. There are a few smaller tents though that have guild emblems on them, and smaller shacks or even tent towns that seem to be representing much smaller factions that are on the up and rise. So I suppose, what level of authority do you want to visit?
I think I'm looking for one of the smaller but and more interesting buildings.
Okay. You make your way through. You pass some of the larger ones. You pass the huge one that seems to represent the Hollow Oath, which you saw ads for. You pass that one that you guys ran into earlier. There's a huge building for a guild called the Humming Sword, which looks to be fighters or perhaps blade singers that are running around sword fighting one another in the street. Getting to some of the smaller ones, though, you find a smaller building, much less fanciful, that is has a big wooden sign that's carved to read "The Running Rats," and their emblem seems to be a circle with a sort of mouse in profile on the front of it.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I'm going in.
All right, you approach this. There is also sort of a little front desk in this building too. Before you actually enter the building, there is an individual sat out on a table in front with looks like a small piece of parchment in front of him that looks like a sign-up sheet of sorts. This individual, who looks to be a half-elf with very sunken-in eyes, he looks tired and he has a shaven head, sort of looks up at you, gives you a look and goes, right, I'm supposed to introduce you to the Running Rats Guild to be. We really haven't earned that name yet with the Guild Commission, but if you want to join, you do it with me. What's your name? I'll put it down here.
I was wondering if you had some information, I guess, and I'd love to learn about, the guild as well, but I don't think I'm ready to sign up quite yet.
He sighs deeply. All right, well, the Running Rats is a group of adventurers that are all rogue-ish in nature, and what we do is we do something no other guild has done before, and he reaches his arms out in a very practiced way, and it dawns on you that he's probably given this exact same spiel 100 times today, and he's already sick of it. And what we do is we go in secret as large groups of 8 to 9 people. We sneak down to lower levels, and we pick up treasure that no adventurer has seen before. And it's been pretty successful so far, but we've lost a lot of people down there too. So if you want to join, our one offer is that you get to keep 100% of the profits you make down there, but we don't offer any healing services, and it's mostly just a bunch of rogues that go down there together. Really, what we just offer you is numbers.
That's a good operation. Why do you guys go down in secret?
Well, when you're going down stealthy the other adventurers don't bother you, and what's more, you can avoid a lot of the monsters and traps. You see, we're a real sneaky group, so you can detect traps on the way down and avoid a lot of the creatures, and we're not there to fight monsters. There are a lot of guilds that give you money, they'll pay you gold to give them a monster carcass or two, but we avoid the monsters and instead focus on the treasure down there. A lot of gold down there, or ancient relics that we can sell up here.
Come from? Does someone put them there, or does the dungeon produce them?
It's just fucking huge. Each floor is miles in every direction. You know how long it took to find the staircase down to level 8? I was told it took nearly 10 years just for someone to find the staircase. It's just fucking huge. There's so many secret rooms and little passages and monsters everywhere. There's a lot of treasure that just seemed to be built up there by whoever the fuck made this place.
Thank you so much for the information. I guess I just also wanted to know, are there laws down there?
Good sir, it is a dungeon. Have you ever gone dungeon delving before?
No, I'm not really the fighting type. And just got friends with people who are.
Oh, I see. Well, it's not exactly walk in the park down there, sir. You see,
there's a lot of monsters down there, and they travel the floors pretty frequently, you know? Like, for example, there was this great band of mimics that came up from lower levels and have now made a home in level 4. They've been a real problem for us lately, but they migrate around a lot. So monsters sort of come and go a lot, and they make more monsters, and we oftentimes think that there's something at the bottom that is creating a lot of them. Or perhaps there's tunnels that lead to distant dungeons or caves that the monsters come from. There's a whole ecosystem down there, sir. And to answer your question, no laws at all, sir.
I just don't think I can do the whole mimic thing again. I know one mimic, and he's just the fucking worst. Follows around everywhere.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know you knew a mimic.
Sorry. Thank you so much for the information. If my group lets me join a guild, I'll come back to this one. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. You can join with your group, sir, or without them if you like. It's not really something you have to ask them for, sir. You could really do it on your own if you like.
So, okay. So, like, now that we're talking again, just like, do like the guilds like share lists with each other? Like, what's stopping me from like joining this guild, but then also joining another guild? Like, they have to share the list with each other, right?
Oh, well, sir, it has been done before. They don't really share lists, but the problem is you really can't do it for that long. People who, and it's true, they double up a lot. People who double up really can't get away with it for that long. For example, you go down with a yellow guild, and then you run across a green guild, which you're also part of, and they wave to you, and they say, oh, hey, Kobold, you're part of our group. Then all of a sudden, yellow guild hates you, because they're like, what the fuck you doing, double guilder? And then the green group is like, oh, what are you doing with them, double guilder? And usually they both turn on you right then and there, and they kill you in the dungeon.
Okay, but isn't it different with this group, since this group moves in stealth?
Well, yeah, it's true, but if we figure out that you're with another group, sir, we're gonna have to disband you from the group. We won't kill you.
So you guys wouldn't like that?
No, it's not allowed, sir. It's just not. I mean, you can try it if you like, but I really don't recommend it.
Dang, I was trying to see if I could convince this guy to, like, join his guild, but also others, and, like, have him know about it.
And have him know about it?
Oh, yeah. Like, full disclosure.
Okay.
Okay. I think I'm just gonna leave then. I roll stealth at disadvantage, so I'm not a rogue.
He waves you off. Have a good one then, Mr. Kobold. And if you see anyone else who's rogue-ish, send them this way, alright? The running rats take all. Anyone you got. Thank you.
Okay, will do.
Alright. And you walk off. I'm gonna move on now to Demos. Demos, you and Malagus are traveling together. Malagus is sort of guiding you. Listen, I think we should go to that one, the Hollow Oaths, the one who had the 300 gold sign-on. Now that it's just us, and without the rest of them, I was thinking maybe you and I sign on right now to get the 300, and we just abandon those fuckers. What do you think?
Malagus, what are you saying? What are you saying, Malagus?
Well, to say this nicely, you're the only one in the group who I think would be down for this plan, and I like you, so that's why you got invited to this little secret mission.
Oh, wow. I'm so honored, but also not honored, Malagus.
You can be honored, just honored is fine.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work out, Malagus. I feel like we need the group. Yeah.
Really?
I think especially you need the group.
Oh my god.
I need the group? Why the fuck do I need the group?
I just, I feel like you're caught up in this mess with Iceland and Orpheus, and it's all very messy. And I feel like without Sir Orpheus, I'm not sure what would happen to you.
I'm confused there. Are you saying that this is going to get me in trouble? Because you're not going to tell anyone, and I'm not, so we can just get 600 gold between us, and nobody has to know.
I feel like there has to be, like, some terms and conditions to this, honestly.
Well, yeah, they're probably going to sign us up, they're going to be like, hey, you have to work with us for a year, training day starts tomorrow, be there bright and early, they're going to tell us a bunch of shit, but we don't have to do it. And, we'll probably be in this town for a while, but what are they going to do, like, sell us out or something? We're fine.
I love your optimism, Malagus. How about this? I'll stay open to it. How about we go in good cop, bad cop, right? You can be bad cop. and we'll really, we'll squeeze the information out of them, and we'll really get down to what it means to join their guild.
Okay, wait. So you're a bad cop, and I'm bad. I'm also the bad cop.
No, I'll be good.
You're the good
I'll be
one.
good cop.
You're the good.
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
Yes,
all right.
Malagus.
Good.
I
And
don't.
I'll be evil cop.
Yeah, sure. Not too evil though. Not too evil.
Sadistic, sick, twisted call.
All right. So the two of you guys make your way now to the Hollow Oath Adventuring Guild. It's not that far of a walk. You make your way over, but you notice there's kind of a line of adventurers, sort of ill-prepared. They look definitely less skilled than you guys. Green around the gills for sure. You see humans wearing extremely shiny plate mail armor that looks like their daddy bought it for them just this morning. You see young mages who look like they're probably still in school that can barely cast cantrips that are in line here too. Young lockpicks that are attempting to become rogues themselves. Not a lot of well-hardened adventurers, but nevertheless, they're all clogging up this line to get to the front. So you guys have to wait here for a moment. Jeez, they're fucking taking forever.
I don't like the look of this, Malagus. It looks like all these people are gonna get scammed. I don't know. It just doesn't seem right to me.
We're gonna scam them. They're all showing up for the sign-on fee, same as we are, and it'll be great.
I hope so, Malagus. I really hope so.
All right, if you say so. All right. You guys wait for a while. About 15 minutes goes by, and Malagus is impatient. It's starting to get hot out here, too. Not just from the sun bearing down and no cover, but also just sort of the body heat of so many people sort of crowding these grounds that are the little village out front, the great Undermountain entrance. And eventually you guys make your way to the front, and you notice there's now a line behind you, so there's, this sort of unspoken pressure to keep it moving, but nevertheless, you guys get your time to speak with these two recruiters that are sat out at a beautiful wooden table that they put up on the gravel. You notice behind the table are two individuals. One of them, a beautiful half-elven woman with dark curls and an emerald green coat, and you notice she has a rapier at her side. She has a big smile as you guys approach. The other individual there is a very classic-looking, stocky, broad dwarf. This dwarf looks to have two arms that are missing.
He's missing both his arms, is what you're saying?
Both arms are missing. He's missing both arms, but he's just standing there. He's got looks like a small piece of parchment and a quill in front of him, just like the woman beside him, and he has burnt orange beard that has tight braids. Otherwise, he looks like a very standard dwarf, and that is what you see as you approach. The dwarf speaks first. Well, hello there. I assume you saw our sign. Welcome to the Hollow Oath. We're a group of adventurers that accept any group of people, regardless of your skill set, and we're happy to have you on board. Could we have your names and perhaps your specialty?
Oh, sorry. Slow your roll there for a second.
We have a lot of questions there, man. First off, how the fuck do you eat in the morning? Jesus, where are your arms?
Oh my god.
And the elvish woman speaks up now, and she goes, "Goodness, I'll have you not insult my friend here. If you have questions about our guild, please inquire now. We'll answer them all as succinctly as possible."
Oh, all right. Don't mind my friend. He just has
fuck I do.
Yes, we've been interviewing all the guilds today. We've gone through every single one, and you're actually last on our list. So, so we really just wanted to get the gist of your guild and if we should even join. I mean, really.
Well, it would be a pleasure for me to introduce you all to the Hollow Oath. We're a newer guild around here, so we might not have as many famous adventurers under our belt, but truth be told, we have an extremely wealthy sponsor that gets us all the greatest, newest weapons and armor. If you find yourself a member of our guild, you may have at your disposal any number of rapiers and swords and clubs and great hammers and plate mail armor that you may take into the Undermountain free of charge. Additionally, because of our prolific sponsorship, we also offer numerous packages of great financial compensation for where you go, depending on your specialty. For example, if you wish not to engage in combat, we offer many profitable
amounts of gold for scouts that merely map the great dungeon of the Undermountain and bring us back maps. Or if you find yourself a fighter, we also offer gold packages for those who bring back the slain corpses of monsters and beasts. Or if you find yourself merely treasure seekers, you may bring those back as well for great gold sums. We really are the jack of all trades of guilds. Everything you need, and your entire party can join us. We offer, as you saw, a 300 gold piece sign-on bonus, which is no small fee.
Wow, and you just get that as soon as you sign up?
At this, the dwarf speak up. No, not exactly. You see, you must undergo a 2-week training regiment with us, and if after those 2 weeks we determine that you have the strength and vigor to be a part of the guild, then you join and you get the sign-on bonus. But we can't just have every green-bellied commoner making their way onto our guild to acquire those funds.
Oh, and
Malgus elbows you. There's the catch.
What's the gosh? What would you say the success rate is for training all these greenlings?
Well, and you see the dwarf leans forward a bit, sort of to whisper a bit, just so the people behind you can't hear as well. You see, the problem is a lot of the people who are coming on to get that 300 gold are people that have never in their life seen battle, or let alone combat in general. These are people who haven't even had themselves a bar fight. So, unfortunately, the percentage is very low, but for two, what looks like skilled, weathered adventurers like yourselves, I have no question you'll be able to join, no problem.
Well, that is good news. Gosh, do you also offer the resurrection services the other guilds do?
The dwarf speaks up again. Yes, actually, we have several in-house clerics that clean up the dungeon every night. They'll go in there once a day and clear out. Unfortunately, we don't have every floor on lock yet. They only clear out the known paths, but as a specialty of our guild, if you give us the path that you plan on taking, for example, you're going to go kill monsters in this quadrant of floor 3, we will send healers to that location if you don't come back. We basically keep tabs on all of our guildmates, and if nobody shows up for the, say, a nightly meal or any sort of check-in that they're supposed to, then we'll send in our clerics to try to revive them. Of course, there is a fee with that. We do charge you the fee for the resurrection. As I'm sure you know, there's a diamond that's involved in the process, but better to be alive than not, isn't it? Ha ha ha! Malgus elbows you again. These guys are fucking scam artists. Oh wait, I forgot how to be bad cop. So, these folks are not giving us the fucking resurrection stones. Isn't that great? Demos, I think we should take our business elsewhere, because these cheapskates can't bother to resurrect us for free. You know? What the fuck?
There's a bit of truth to what you're saying, Malagus. Dang, other guilds, they do offer more, let's say, heftier resurrection packages, but your guild intrigues me actually. How you guys said you were new, right? How new are you?
The elven woman speaks up now. We're actually only about 3 or so months old now, and actually, to answer your question there, human man, we do offer lots of other things as well. Sorry, that was Mason dying.
That wasn't her?
We do offer lots of other great resources as well. For example, because of our great connections back to Waterdeep through our sponsor, we are able to offer to you several connections to the greater city of Waterdeep. For example, if you prove your worth as an adventurer as part of our guild, we could offer several low-paying entry-level guard positions without any interview. Or if you proved yourselves as valiant heroes, we can get you basically an inroad to political positions, if you like. We even have an individual right now that is vying for a seat of a low merchant council.
Well, that's quite interesting.
Upward trajectory is what we like to call it, because no one wants to be an adventurer for the rest of their lives, right? You merely want to make a fortune here and settle into something much more safe. And that's what we can offer you. Reward and then safety. What do you say? Can we get your name jotted down?
I really love knowing who I work for. That's the thing. You said you have quite a wealthy sponsor sponsoring this guild.
Yes, unfortunately we can't disclose that information to all outsiders. I'm sure you understand. It is just sort of a somewhat secret in our guild.
Oh, a guild that keeps secrets. I don't know how I feel about that one.
Good sir, all guilds keep secrets, as I'm sure you're aware, and just between us, it is actually one of the great masked lords of Waterdeep that supplies us, so I can't just give out his name. She whispers this close to you, and then gives you a sort of awkward smile. Masked lords, is that right? Well, sounds very secretive, huh?
Well, this has all been very informative. Malagus, I think we should probably speak with the party, review our options of the many guilds.
Many guilds, that's right, many guilds.
Many, who, have actually also been offering other sign-up bonuses, so it's...
Yeah, lots of good stuff, One of them just offered us free food for showing up today instead of having to do some course like you guys have, suckers.
All right,
so, we should just head on our way. Well, if we can't convince you that is all right, please make way for the next guest. We have many very charming and powerful adventurers to get through today. Be on your way now. Yeah, fuck off, all right? We're powerful adventurers. We could join your guild if we want. Then why don't you?
We have many options. Let's go, Malagus. We need to meet up with the group.
Many options. We're fucking up. And the two of you guys walk away, and Malagus sort of looks over his back shoulder while you guys are walking the whole time, and he just goes, I just don't get it. How does that guy, tie his shoes?
Malagus, honestly, for a second, I was wondering maybe if you gave him his name, maybe he'd cast Mage Hand or something,
Oh, that'd be really fucking cool. Wait, can I give him our name? Okay, fine.
Maybe when we come back on or off time, you can just show up and give him some name.
We can just come back to harass this amputee in our free time.
Oh, wait, hold on. And Malagus grabs your arm, Demos, and drags you back and goes, hold on, we have one more thing to say.
Oh
God.
And he pulls you toward it, Demos, and you guys sort of shove out of the way the small, what looks like almost like a boy behind you. There's this small elvish boy that looks like he's signing up. You shove him out of the way, and he sort of grunts as you push him, and Malagus bodies into the side of him, and he goes, oh, we have one more thing to ask. Sorry, we're not done yet. Get out of the way, small child. Have you seen a small yellow kobold by the name of Monty? Part of your group or around here, maybe signing up? He's a friend of ours, family actually, and we're really worried about him. He's been missing. The dwarf looks at the elf, and the two look at each other, sharing a glance, and the elf turns to you. The woman speaks softly. No, I'm sorry. We haven't seen anybody by that name or description, though we don't really keep an eye on the street, rather those who come through here. No kobolds have come through in the past couple of weeks. Though we could call the one of our supervisors, one of the guild members, proper to come take a look, and maybe they would have more information for you, if that would be fitting.
Yeah, that sounds quite helpful.
Yeah, call them over. Maybe we'll sign up then, huh? The elvish woman nods, and she jumps up and runs off to the building behind her, quickly opening and closing the large wooden front door, making her way inside. Jeez, these fucking bureaucrats, am I right, Demos? Can't they just, tell each other everything? This is so fucking inconvenient, all the running around.
Well, it's actually quite useful to have, a paper system, where you can really keep track of people and things, because, what would you do without papers?
Didn't know you were such a fan of the fucking postal service. Right.
Oh, Malagus.
Loser!
A few moments go by, and coming out of the building is a well-muscled, almost giant of a man, half giant to be precise. A half giant man walks out. He has long flowing hair twisted into locks along his body, and he has dark skin that looks completely unmarred by scars. He looks tough though, well-built muscles and an extremely tattered pair of chainmail shirt and trousers, but he looks pristine, like a real fighter, somebody who's probably gotten in a lot of fights, but looks like the type of person to never really lose. The large figure stomps his way down the steps towards you guys, and just as he makes his way toward the table, as you see him, Demos, you get a flash in the back of your head, and you immediately recognize this guy as somebody who has performed the same ritual you have. The red ritual, the one you did in the plane that Zabrix took you do.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
He looks at you, his eyes go wide, and his mouth hangs open for a second, showing off some thick, sharp teeth. And he quickly closes it and looks back to the elf woman who brought him over. She begins to speak. These gentlemen were wondering if you've seen any, and he cuts her off abruptly as she speaks and goes, no, not these guys. What is that, sir? No, we shouldn't invite these to the guild. Sorry, they're not invited. Especially not this one. And he points at you, Demos.
Hello. Hello.
What the hell?
Sort of look affronted. Malagus goes, hey, do you know this guy? What is he being such a dick for?
I'm gonna say really loudly. Wow, I didn't realize this guild was racist.
The dwarf is affronted by this. No, we're not racist. No, not at all. The guy speaks up again, the great half giant, and goes, No, you misunderstand. We just can't have these two. Yeah, you know how, and he looks down at his two associates here. You know how I have a good sense for people? I just feel real negatively this guy. We shouldn't have him in our guild. No, he's not invited. Sorry, sir. You and your friend are gonna have to keep it moving, all right? Find somewhere else.
Wow, y'all hear that? You have to be the right species to join this guild. God.
Get a load of these guys. Bunch of fucking racists. Christ. Demos, what race are you? What should I tell them?
I like to consider myself like a mix. Like I just feel like
mix.
like
They
a
don't allow
worldly.
mix. Oh, that's right.
That doesn't sound right.
Get a load of this guild. Real fucking evil people here. Prejudiced. Bigoted even.
Yeah, gosh, like I really wish maybe you and I could settle our differences, in a private room, I think.
He looks wide-eyed. He looks at you again. He's barely looking at Malagus now. He seems to only be looking at you, Demos, and you're pretty sure he recognizes in you the same thing you recognize in him. The ritual has been cast. And he speaks again. No, this guy is out. We cannot have him in the guild. I won't allow it. Sorry, just put my foot down on this. Please get a move on. Let's let some other people in here, all right?
Oh, that's tough. That's tough, I mean, I feel like I at least know, about I know at least 7 people in this room would be offended by what you're saying.
I mean, look at this guy. And the half-giant gestures to you now, looking at both his 2 employees next to him and the rest of the crowd that's sort of forming now around the loud you guys are making a bit of a scene, the loud scene you're making. Look at this guy. Come on. He's both squirrely and he's a bad liar. He's not allowed in this guild. We don't allow liars in this. Please, would you mind exiting this little line here? Make your way to maybe one of the smaller guilds.
I'm gonna elbow Malagus and whisper. Do you think should we fight this Malagus? Should we just go? I mean, it feels like a lost cause.
Malagus has his arms crossed and he's got an eyebrow up and he goes, I don't know, Demos. It sounds like you know this guy because he's being I don't know if he's just that racist. I mean, he can't have made it this far being like that sort of a shitty person. So I think something else is up and maybe you know him or he knows you or something else is up that no one's telling me. So I'm a bit lost on what to do.
Okay, I'm gonna try to whisper so quietly to Malagus. He has the same curse I do from Zavarix.
Can you give me a stealth check for this whisper, please?
Yeah, your mid-conversation whisper is really funny.
You just sort of turn it over.
I will say that is a classic for our group. We are whispering about
extremely
people.
true. Extremely true.
We're introducing a new stealth system for that.
I telepath.
Totally.
Yeah. Message. If you cast a message, fuck you. But you can do that, obviously. Fuck you.
Big 12.
Okay, 12. You lean over to Malagus. You whisper it. You don't think the guy in front of you heard that, but you actually think the person behind you guys in line, that small elfish boy who you shoved aside, probably heard that. But he doesn't really seem to react much to it. You might not know what that is. Nevertheless, though, Malagus now raises both eyebrows and he goes, oh, well, now isn't that interesting? Listen up, you all! And he now really is shouting.
Malagus.
I just received word, and it is about this time that I would like to mention that Hyre
just having finished your conversation with the running rats, you are now walking by and you hearing Malagus shouting from the top of his lungs just about a couple crowds of people over.
Damn it, Deimos, I said short leash.
You look over, you see a large crowd is now forming around Deimos and Malagus, a crowd of at least 20, 30 people, a big half circle around them in front of what looks like a recruiting table. As
Great.
I was saying, I've just learned that this man, and he turns around and points, this man is a cultist and a demon worshiper and some sort of horrible monster. No offense, Deimos, it's not like you did it on purpose.
Thank you, Malagus.
Now, are we really gonna let a man of this sort of heinous evilry run a whole guild? I don't fucking think so. The man now looks sort of irate at this loud accusation. If we could please have a security remove this man. Listen, people, good people of Waterdeep and the Undermountain. These are all baseless accusations, and I just have a sense for these things, all right? I see people and I read them well. You could say I have a very high insight into the activities of people, and I can just know that these two are not good people. Sure, yeah, all right. Get security, why don't you? Silence the little guy. I see how it is.
Malagus. That means leave. We're leaving.
Deimos, you now see Hyre in the crowd behind you, sort of making his way forward, trying to shout out to you and Malagus. Malagus doesn't seem to notice. He's full ego.
Hyre, get over here.
Hyre, you're short. You're able to snake your way through the feet of the crowd pretty easily to the front.
I kind of don't want to stand with you guys right now.
That's it.
Come on. I grab Deimos's arm and Malagus's arm and start not playfully, but somewhat sternly, trying to drag him out.
All right, you pull. Deimos, do you want to go with?
I'm security.
As long as Malagus doesn't resist, I won't resist.
Yeah, you notice he sort of turns around and he goes, another thing. Oh, Hyre, what the fuck are you doing here? And you start pulling, and he goes along somewhat willingly, but he turns back and looks at the half giant and makes an ugly face, and the half giant looks fuming at you both. He looks like he's studying your faces carefully as you get pulled away.
Right.
Malagus.
And the two guys get dragged off.
Sorry, you go ahead.
Oh yeah, the two, Deimos and Malagus get pulled out by Hyre until you guys have sort of exited the crowd and the crowd slowly disperses. What the fuck, Hyre? I was on a roll.
I don't know what happened. I don't think they were going to give you what you wanted at that point. And we don't need enemies in this town.
Too late for that, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. Me and Deimos sort of sunk that ship. Or I suppose I mostly sunk it. Sorry, Deimos, to shout out the high heavens of what you're telling me.
Yeah, Malagus, I feel like that was a little bit of a misplay. But...
yeah, I thought maybe people would rally around us more, but I realized we might have been the less trusted authority in that argument.
It's true.
Yeah.
But, it's... Obviously, we would have never been able to join that guild anyways, so...
Yeah, that guy, what a fucking asshole. That's crazy, though. That's the first person we've seen out of Surkat that's done that. That's sort of frightening that they do it here, too, in the material plane.
It's true. It makes me wonder if it's, Zavrik's influence in Waterdeep, or if it's just, a totally separate, cult.
Maybe. There could be several, groups of this cult, or maybe, Zavrik's probably isn't the guy at the top of the food chain in this cult. He could also just be a member of something greater, Because this guy was also he seemed important if he was a guild master or whatever they were calling him. So, maybe this is bigger than we think. Huh.
Yeah.
Anyway, thanks, Hyre. You were right. Sorry, I was getting a little hot-headed there.
It happens, and it sounds like we got information out of it, so...
Yeah, they have not seen your brother or anything. At least that's what they did say. And then they were going to clarify with that half giant, but
yes,
you saw how that went.
And he also said that he hasn't seen your brother. Is what he told me. Nicely, friendly.
I don't know. I'm yet to meet one of these organizations that I feel we could actually trust, but I mean, I hope they're right. I hope we find him.
And it is at this point that I want to go ahead and bring in also Orpheus and Dulam. You guys meet up now with the rest of the group. You guys have reconvened after all of your shit.
I just had the best conversation.
Oh, hey, you guys.
How did you guys make any new friends?
No. Hyre had to pull me and Demos out of a potential fight.
Oh, typical.
You're on your way out anyway, so
Shut up. We were gonna win, all right?
So my buddy Napith
I don't think there's
said
winning against these cults. Not now.
they're
Yeah?
cults?
Sorry. Well, those guys were, I guess.
Oh.
But guilds. What were you saying?
So my buddy Napith told me that we're better off going to the first level and networking there because these people are a bunch of poser dipshits.
That would make sense.
Mason, for some reason we couldn't hear that.
I was saying, yeah, it explains that all the posers are up here, because me and Demo saw a lot of, real fucking poser types in line.
Yeah.
And where did you end up going, Hyre? You find someplace cool?
I I found a place that I think might be for you. It's for rogue types. Roguish.
I'm roguish.
People, I guess. They travel in secret, and you get to keep 100% of your profits. It is mostly just a travel group. It seemed like a decently good place.
That sounds good. Hey, wasn't that exactly what we were saying your brother might have been doing?
Yeah.
What?
All profit, sneaky.
Oh my.
That's sort of word for word what he was saying.
Yes, and Napith talked about treasure maps. Maybe your brother found some.
Wait, did you guys find treasure maps? Duelam, do you have treasure inside of you?
Not that I'm aware of.
Samir would be the one to ask.
I don't know what I would do with you guys. I can't believe I didn't even think of that.
Oh, no, it's good. It's good. See, maybe this is why we go together to places. Because, then someone can keep me and Demos in check. Because we were both getting pretty aggressive back there, right, buddy?
That is not true, Mallory. That is not true.
Yeah, I didn't like going alone either.
Demos found somebody who went to that evil red plane and did the evil red shit that we found with Zabrix.
Yeah, some half giant who was, I guess, important to that guild, like a guild leader.
Like a guild master.
Yeah. Really didn't like that though. He tried to call security on us.
Yeah,
What the
it's
hell?
bad.
Just
You
for
have
being
a
in the same
disease,
cult?
man.
It's curses actually aren't diseases.
Yeah,
Malagus has a disease, though.
Shut up, I'm not diseased. Demos does bring up a good point, though. Maybe he was actually a good guy, because he didn't like people who performed the evil ritual, and so he didn't like you, even though you also don't like people who perform.
Seems
Yeah.
like that was an obvious connection.
Yeah, see, that's why we need everyone there, because Oriface makes the smart connection.
Oh,
I-
thank you.
Yeah, I really don't know how I missed my connection, but I thought you guys went to the bad guild.
Wait, so what's obvious thing to Duelam and I miss?
Well, what, you talked to a guy, he talked about treasure maps?
Yeah.
I
So
don't know.
it just sounds like Duelam and I did a good job is what I'm
Yeah,
getting.
I mean, nothing else happened, right? You didn't pass anyone else interested on the way.
I mean, you
I
guys
mean, there
didn't
was,
join a guild.
That's true. I
We
didn't
all
know
just
were
gathered
supposed to.
information.
Yeah.
Though I guess you guys did get the most helpful information.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it sounds like you found the most interesting person and talked to him. So, there you go.
I think so. He was pretty great. I mean, there was also a dude with 2 Warforged, but I feel like it's a really complicated, ethically.
Oh, Warforged. Wait, that's the first Warforged we've seen up in the material plane that we could talk to, right? Why didn't we talk to him? Besides that crazy guy, the Doomsday guy on the street, but that guy seemed a little out of it.
Yeah,
He was
that,
quite
that
helpful.
guy was. He was?
Yeah.
Was he?
He talked a lot about the Great March that, is going to kill Duelam. Sorry,
Tomorrow.
I think you should talk about this with Samir, because I worry it might be a misunderstanding of sorts.
Duelam. He did say it yesterday, so tomorrow is actually today.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
so
no.
sorry, Dylan.
You must keep a cool head about this.
No, I'm just kidding. I talked to Samir about this. I think it's not for a while, at the very least.
Yeah, Duelam, you remember from your perfect memory that Samir said it was probably this calendar year at some point, but if you recall, you're sort of in the springtime, so there's still a lot of left. Well, I suppose we should go to your place next. Me and Emos didn't learn anything useful, we just sort of removed a lot of things. We can't get the 300 gold from that guild. Too bad.
Okay.
We did learn
Seems
that
too bad.
they're supplied by some very rich noble who's like paying them off, which is sort of crazy that one guy can pay for like a whole building and like all these people.
This is interesting.
One of those masked lords or whatever.
Yeah. That's what they were saying. Sort of. I don't know. It's cool.
I mean, honestly, if you guys really wanted, I mean, you guys could probably sign up. But
No, I think we should either join the one that we think Hyre's brother joined, or maybe not at all.
So
if I ask you guys a question, can you be honest?
Of course.
Oh yeah, always.
Do you guys think I'm stealthy? Like, do you think they'd accept me at the stealthy cult?
no,
Their guild?
From
no,
what you said, it sounded like they would accept basically anyone.
no.
But if I'm traveling with the group and we're all stealthing, I'm just gonna bring everyone down, right?
Well, but aren't we really only going to travel with us? Like, we're not actually going to travel with these guys. We just say we're joining up, check their roster, ask where your brother went, and then do it ourselves.
All right. Well, I at least want to join them then. They seem
Oh,
really
wait.
nice, and we get to keep everything.
I like that. Let's do it.
Oh wait, but Hyre, you asked them if they'd seen your brother, right? Did they say no?
I figured they wouldn't tell me.
You just didn't ask.
I don't know these
What were
people.
you doing?
I don't know.
Sorry.
I
got
don't want
that.
to trust
Mine
these
was worse.
people. This place is gross.
Yeah. I mean, it is like sort of a gathering of warriors, though. Not so bad. Let's go join this rat place and see what they can do for us before we worry any more about this.
Hi.
there aren't any cooler guilds we could join. Just the rat one.
Yeah, that one looks sort of crappy. I saw their building.
I mean, it seems like it's the one Hyre's brother like, look, you guys, I've been waiting to fight something all day, and we're just talking to bureaucrats.
As much as I also want to get down there, I do think it would actually benefit us to just get all the resources of as many guilds as possible at once, perhaps, by just joining many.
We're here for your brother, right, Hyre? And we're on a time limit?
Yes, but I feel as if we go down there now, we'll just get hunted by these other guilds. I think...
That's why we should join one guild, not a bunch. You know, you guys, there's something such as over-preparedness. Eventually, you just got to jump in.
All right, let's go join the group.
At the very least, let's join the rats and see if they know where Monty is.
Yeah, let's do it. Malagus,
Right,
you'll
so-
have to teach me how to be roguish.
Sure. To start, you might want to take off that really clunky armor, friend.
Leave it on, it's great.
So, Carter really wants to take the armor off, but with 23 HP, I feel if I take the armor off, I will die in one hit.
Seems
So-
like a valid concern.
That armor got to stay on.
It is low health. I just, I don't want you to ruin our operation. I would say we don't have to do stealth.
That's what I said like 10 minutes ago!
Yes, I will not be stealthing.
Dulam isn't stealthy at all,
Yeah,
right?
that's
Dulam
dishonorable, right?
I'm not stealthy. None of us are stealthy except Malagus, and he's hardly a member.
Hello?
Okay, what direction am I walking? Jogging.
All right, Hyre, you lead the way to the running rats. It doesn't take that long to get there, and you notice that this guild hall, which is not much more than a small, living room-sized wooden shack, is tucked into a narrow space in between two much larger, fanciful guild halls of proper adventuring guilds. It's easy to miss. The entrance itself is literally just a wooden door, and it seems to be guarded by just this one very sunken half-elf man with deeply sunken, tired eyes. And he sits at a small, crappy wooden table out front that looks to be their sort of recruitment desk, albeit his is much less fanciful than some of the nicer guilds. You guys approach, and he sees you guys. He recognizes Hyre and goes, "Yeah, right. What can you want to join now? You brought your group. That's great.
Yeah, I brought my friends. We did want to join.
Excellent. No sign-on bonus here. Honestly, I just have you sign your names here, and then I'll let you right in. Do you guys want to start today, or do you need time to buy some supplies and stuff?
No time needed. We're ready and raring to go. Show us your roster.
Yeah, all right. And he puts out a small piece of parchment. It's greasy and slightly stained in front of you with a small inkwell and a pen next to it for you to sign your name. You notice there are no other names on this today.
Have you guys been looking at the rosters to see if there's one that says, like, Monty?
Well, we know Monty came through here at least 10 days ago, so...
I suppose that's true. Okay, yeah, never mind.
In fact, as much as we do need the funds, we do have a sudden urgency now. My brother went down, and was supposed to come back, and I don't suppose a Monty enrolled here.
The figure in front of you looks at you, sort of shrugs his shoulders, and you can see in the sort of sunken-in eyes that he just really doesn't care. And he gestures down to the parchment. Just sign up. You can talk to the guildmaster inside.
All right, fine. I'll sign my name.
All right, you sign your name on it. Do the rest of you guys want to do so as well?
Can I write? When the quill's in my hand, do the muscles remember what to do?
Yes, you can write. You know how to write.
Beautiful. I sign.
Cool. You sign. Dulam, you want to sign? Demos?
Yes, I sign, and I put a little halo over my last name, Hope.
That's really good. You sign your name. It's very fanciful. And just as you guys all finish signing, Dulam, are you? I guess you want to sign in here, or
Can I ask the guy really quick?
Yeah.
How long do we have to be in the guild for? Can we leave whenever we want?
However you want, but it's sort of policy that if you do leave, there is an exit fee that you have to pay. It's not little either. It's like 100 gold pieces to leave. This is just because we don't want guild hoppers joining and then immediately leaving.
Huh.
But we don't want you to, there's no requirement to, like, show up every day, as long as you joined, you joined. I should tell you all, I told your friend there, the kobold, but these are, like, really dangerous, high-risk, high-reward jobs. A lot of people, a lot of rats have died in the dungeon to our jobs. A lot of rats have died, so it's sort of a high turnover rate in this job, just to, I'd like to put that out there as a warning.
Does each mission give you more than 100 gold?
It depends what you take. If you want something easy, you can probably get 100 gold. There's some harder stuff that you can get more. With a group of your size, if you all want to be rats together, you could probably be a little group. Depending, you could probably do 1,000 gold jobs. If you want to do some real fucking crazy shit, you could do a 10,000 gold job, but I wouldn't recommend it.
Great, thank you. And I'll sign my name.
Thank you.
All right, dual them in perfect Times New Roman.
And did you mention the resurrection fee that you guys do?
Oh yeah. We've got some clerics that can run through. It's not exactly an easy job. We don't really offer the services like every day, but if a cleric, say, if any of you guys are clerics, run across another rat down there who's died, please resurrect them, and yeah. That'd be nice. That's what we tell all our rats.
Of course.
Yeah.
Does the cleric get compensation for this, or?
No, just sort of a good turn.
Oh.
That's our resurrection policy. So please feel free to resurrect any rats. However many rats are down there right now are probably resurrecting each other if they ever run into each other. We're supposed to hide from each other, so there's not really a lot of chances to see each other. But that's why there's a lot of come and go in this group. A lot of overtime.
Are you happy?
Sounds great. Oh,
Listen, you guys signed your names. Just go inside now. I really don't care. Go on. Jeez, this guy's a fucking waste. Let's go in.
yeah.
Alright, you guys push through now to the wooden door, making your way in. There is a single flickering lantern hanging inside of this somewhat small, cramped. It is just the one room, except there looks to be sort of a small, closed-off area in the back that looks to be a toilet of sorts that is covered by large drapings. It is not a separate room. It's just sort of like boards are covered slightly over it to give some privacy. As you guys make your way in, there is a musk that hits your nose. Smells of old leather, pipe smoke, and stale beer. It's you. The guild hall is sort of half rotten, but alive. The floorboards creak treacherously as you walk. The walls are lined with stolen tapestries, and the rafters in here are crowded with mildewed clothes and what looks like old treasure that was brought up but couldn't be sold for anything. A few members of the Running Rats lounge in the dim corners of this room. There only being one light source in here, everything seems sort of dim light. Despite it being daylight outside, they did a pretty good job of really holing up all the cracks of light with this crappy, rotten wood. There is a long, rickety table with a bar seating along the back wall here that looks to be manned by a scarred purple tiefling.
Whoa.
She looks at you guys all as you walk in and sort of just doesn't seem to say much. The tables here look to all be old gambling tables, likely stolen from some casino somewhere, repurposed. Their surfaces are covered in knives and dice and half-eaten meals, as well as you see a couple silver and copper pieces lying around from likely an unfinished game. All the furniture in here is mismatched. Half looted, half bought cheaply. You see all sorts of cheap, likely mildewed couches filling the walls, and there are a couple people laid out on the couches. There's even a bed in the back by the table that the tiefling stands at. This bed looks to be currently occupied by two people that are sitting just about as far away from each other as humanly possible.
Oh.
You know, they're treating the twin-size mattress like it's a two-seater. Two gnarly-looking thieves, just about as nasty-looking as Malagus, that are sat next to each other, likely sleeping off a long mission. On the right wall, as you guys walk in, is a massive bulletin board. It is plastered with hand-scrawled notes, job offers, tips about weak dungeon walls, names of people who owe money to the gang, and cryptic one-liners. You see lines like, never take the left tunnel on floor 6. Stuff like, the god's hoard is past all the siphoning traps. I swear it on my last gold piece. Too slow, ... You're dead, ! And below this, underneath the bulletin board, is a very roughly drawn map of a few floors of the Undermountain. It is rough looking. You'd see a lot of it is unexplored. They mostly just have, it's as if you're in a maze, and they only charted out a couple of the paths. You can sort of see a lot of blank space in between, but they seem to have stretched out pretty far. And on top of this drawn map, you see some small pushpin metal rat figurines that are pushed in at certain locations, seemingly marking individuals' whereabouts.
Ooh.
That is all you guys see in here.
Hey, Dulam, you can, take pictures of things with your mind, right?
Yes, would you like me to memorize where all the rats are?
Seems like a good idea.
Will do. I'll look at the map.
All right, you glance at the map. I won't share this with you just yet, but you memorize it. There are 4 pushpin metal rat figurines shoved into this thing. Each of them look to be a fair distance from the center of this. Looks to be marked as like a safe haven. You imagine this is likely where some of the outposts are that people have made. And they're all way out into the sort of treacherous land. As well, they don't seem to have marked floors per se, but you do see some of the passageways are marked with lines representing stairs that you think could be going up or down. This, of course, upsets you, Dulam, as it shows a great inefficiency in their system that you yourself can improve.
I'll have many notes for the guildmaster.
And besides that is all you guys see in this room. There aren't a lot of people in here. The tiefling is sort of the only person who seems awake in here. There are the 2 thieves that are trying not to cuddle on the bed in the corner, and there is one more roguish individual that looks like they're half asleep on one of the nasty couches. They have their hat pulled down, but you notice they're playing with something in their mouth that looks like either a toothpick or a nasty cigarette. So in total, there are 4 people in here.
Wow, this really feels like your place, Malagus.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, I fit right at home here. Look, and he goes and he sort of lurches onto one of the couches on the side, and the springs inside do not give way easily to him as he sort of pushes in, and he goes, yeah, look, I think I fit right in here. Maybe I'll just sort of take a nap.
Up and at him.
I don't know how I didn't see it earlier. I feel like I could definitely see my brother here if he weren't in Ethera.
Oh,
yeah, it's nasty.
Is he grimy like Malagus?
No, not like that. Just, I don't know, just I felt like he would share a skill set with a lot of these people.
Oh. Who do you think we should ask for the guildmaster? Probably
Oh,
that
yeah.
tiefling over there.
Tiefling in the back. This lady
Yeah.
looks nice. Howdy there, miss. Are you important here? Malagus lurches off the couch. The woman in the back looks towards you all and sort of sighs and speaks quietly in a very gruff, gravelly voice. Hello? You don't look dead yet. That's promising.
Yeah.
We haven't gone down yet, so
No, but we're pretty tested. We're good.
New members of the guild, eh? You all looking to get rich or die fast? Because round here, it's usually both.
How about go fast, die rich? I put up my hand for a fist bump.
She doesn't extend, and you notice now up close,
Oh.
she seems to have like a makeshift bar back here. Nasty, and barely even a bar considering it's using a table as a bar, and behind her just seems to be a small bookshelf that's been filled with nasty bottles. You notice that she
Nice.
has a disgusting rag in her hand that she is cleaning one of the bottles with, and this rag is so dirty it would make a cleric cry.
yeah, I'm crying.
It's just staining this glass. It looks nasty. Jesus, your fucking brother, Hyre, he must be a disgusting person.
Malagus, I thought you said this was your place.
Yeah,
God,
I
are you
still
like my
judge people
brother?
who go here.
No.
It's okay. Higher genetics don't mean that much, I've learned.
This was like my brother if he had like a bad day.
Mmm.
But, in Ethera, most days were a good day.
Mmm.
If that makes sense, I guess.
That sounds like a nice place.
Was.
The tiefling now sort of gestures to the small array of alcohols she has behind her, and, implying that she's going to pour one of you guys a glass. Malagus nods and slowly sits at one of those chairs.
Huh.
Well, we hope to make it. That's sad to hear. Has a yellow kobold come through here at all recently?
You'd have to talk to the guildmaster, I don't know.
Where's the guildmaster? Jesus Christ.
She sighs deeply and turns toward one of the two figures curled up on the bed and kicks one of them hardly. Moreau, you're up!
Oh.
You see her kick shudders one of the figures awake, and the figure turns, scratching at their back. You notice it is a lean, gray-haired human, an older man, likely in his 40s, maybe even 50s. He turns towards you guys all, looking pretty beat up, and scratches some sleep out of his eye, and slowly stands up with a very tired movement. Yeah, hello, you guys are new here, that's great. Listen, I'm Guildmaster Moreau, it's a pleasure. Can I sleep now?
We want to see your registration.
Yeah, alright. You notice he slowly straightens himself out, and he pulls out his hands from deep inside of his pockets where he was likely sleeping with them. You notice that on both of his hands only has 3 fingers. It looks like the last 2, the pinky and the ring finger, were sliced off on both hands.
Get caught stealing?
How'd you guess?
Well, it's not so hard.
He digs around in his back pocket and pulls out a nasty piece of smeared, greasy paper, parchment, that he unfolds slowly and begins peering at it. Yeah, alright, are you looking for your guild members now, right? Hey, did you guys all, I'm supposed to ask, can I see your, yes to what?
We signed up, we registered, we signed the thing.
Sorry, it's my duty as guildmaster. I'm supposed to meet every new recruit and see your documents. You guys are members of Waterdeep, right? I can't accept you unless you got paperwork.
I would pull my license out. I'm not actually 21, I'm 28, but they wrote 21.
Pull out your parchment. He looks at it, gives you a smile, and goes, I don't fucking care. Yeah, alright, rest of you, please. And you guys all did get paperwork correctly, so you can show it off legally. Alright, excellent, thank you. Appreciate that from you all. Demos Hope. That's a good name.
Thank you.
Yeah, so listen, ever since that Thieves Guild got disbanded all those years ago, we're not allowed to rob people out in the city, so don't think joining this group makes you a proper thief, right? We just doing thief jobs in the Undermountain. That's where we're permitted to go. There's no infighting. There's no killing of people outside. You don't hurt other adventurers. We're just thieving treasure from in there. Sound good?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, so who are you looking for on this list again? He's looking at it now.
Monty. What's her last name?
Monty.
Balea.
Yeah, I got a Monty here. Monty, no last name given. Kobold.
Wow!
Why?
Look, he's my brother. Look, long story. These people need him. We're looking for him.
Yeah, he's on a job right now. I'm sure he'll be back up soon. You guys wanna
What
just
job?
wait here in the meantime?
What job, please?
Oh, shit. What job was he on? And you see him look toward the tiefling, who looks at him and scowls and goes, "Can't you keep track of your own fucking people? Jesus." And she steps out from behind the table and walks over to the bulletin board and starts looking at it. Yeah, sorry, gents. Sort of knew that night, but I think I got wasted the next day and forgot. Lots to do here, lots of paperwork to keep track of.
All right. This competence lady, what's your name?
She walks over and gives you a handshake. A hand is extended. It's sort of downturned a bit at an odd angle.
I shake it back firmly.
Oh, firmly, do you?
Oh, yeah.
These are people's lives. How do you just forget that?
My name is Wreck. Parents gave it to me because I thought I was a wreck. I proved them right. Now I live with it.
All right, Fitz.
Your name is Fitz?
No, I'm saying my name is Oro. Your name, never mind.
Oro. Yeah. Well, so you're looking for your friend. Unfortunately, Mr. Great Memory over there was the one who put up these pins on the wall. So if he doesn't remember, then it could be any one of them that's your friend. But it's only been about a fortnight or so since he's been out. There's a chance he might still be on the job. Rats do take a while when they're working alone.
Jesus.
And he did insist on going alone. He said our kind were too uncouth for him. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
He's big, though. That's your brother? That guy's a firecracker.
A firecracker.
Real fucking maniac. Yeah, burning bright. That's what we call the ones who we think are gonna die real quick. He's taking on the biggest jobs for the biggest pay. Can't believe he's already gotten 2 under his belt.
How much money has he made so far?
Easily, I would guess somewhere in the realm of 1,200 gold.
Huh. Damn,
Just by
Hyre.
his lonesome, too.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Crazy guy. I can't believe it. Honestly, I'm not surprised he's not dead. He's probably dead now. Oh, well, sorry. If he's your brother, I don't want to say that. He's probably doing fine. He kept going on and on about how he had some big family to feed and he needed a lot of money to get them clothes and food and shelter and all that. And that's why he keeps taking on the dangers.
12,000 gold and they still don't have a place to live? Or 1,200?
Rent and Waterdeep is brutal.
God,
you
they
recall
live in some sort of economy.
You recall, Hyre, that there were like almost 50 people from your town that were there. So even though 1,200 is a lot, divided by 50 is only like 20 gold pieces per person, which is obviously not much. So it's just, feeding a village sort of takes a lot.
Yeah, for sure. Can we see the on what floors the people marked are?
It's really hard to tell. They don't list floors here. They just draw staircases every once in a while. The guildmaster speaks up again. Listen, you guys seem like a nice lot. If you're looking for your brother, I could maybe recommend where I think he went. But you guys looking for a quest? We got a couple up there real nice. I could recommend a few for a group of your size.
Tell us where you think he went.
Well, let me think. He was looking at a lot of quests. He's one of those guys that takes on like 3 at once and he just sees what he comes across down there.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of standard issue for adventures. You take on one of each sort of genre and whatever you come across first, you bring back.
Right.
But, let's see here. And he sort of hobbles away down across the floor here as the floorboards creak under him, meeting his purple tiefling companion, looking at the bulletin board of quests, and he sort of speaks out loud. No, not this one. Too low risk. This one's Got spiders. He doesn't like spiders. He didn't do that one.
Family thing.
Yeah, I got like 3 up here that I think he could have done. Is that helpful?
That's very helpful. We'll take any information you have.
Yeah, alright, this one right here, it's a quest called the Salty Siren. There's a sort of a waterlogged section of the dungeons, and down on the deeper floor, like floor 5, and there's a siren there that stole let's see, and he squints to read the text on there. Yeah, it's a noble. He's saying that this siren stole some keg of very valuable ale, and that if you get the ale and you bring it back, you'll pay 500 gold pieces.
Alright.
That's good money. That's one he would take.
Next.
Let's see. Now this one's too cheap. Yeah, this one's pretty good. He might have taken this one. This was the other one I was thinking of. This one's the Mimic Breeder. This was it's actually sort of a secret one. You know, actually, I went in and I bid for this one, and it gives you guys a nasty yellow-toothed smile as he turns back and looks for appraise for that.
Oh,
Bet you didn't know that, huh? Your guildmaster bids for the good ones.
great.
Anyway, one of the professors at the Cassius Royal High Academy says here, one of my experimental mimics has gone feral and bred uncontrollably. The 5th dungeon level is now infested with confused mimics that are young and don't really know how to hunt, but they're still there, looking like chairs or beds or chests. It says here, if you can capture living specimens and return them to the professor, that you get 100 gold pieces for each living specimen.
Damn, that's a good one.
Yeah, especially if you can really rack them up. You know, that one might have a high cap.
Seems easy enough.
Yeah, this one right here, probably wouldn't do this one. Too lovey-dovey. This one's wedding ring lost in the dungeon. Yeah, it's not valuable.
Nope.
Let's see. Oh, yeah, this is the other one that I really think he did. Lost Apprentice. This one was actually put here. Oh, guess what? And he turns to you and he flashes another yellow grin as the tiefling woman at this point scoffs and sighs and walks back to the makeshift bar with this horrible look of like, why am I here expression on her face. I'll bid on this one too. Guess what? I spent a whole 800 gold pieces to get this one. That's right. That's how much I love my guild.
So the prize must be more than 800, right?
Yeah, well, to be honest, that 800 gold I stole from.
Okay.
You didn't know your guildmaster was a famous thief, did you?
Makes sense. I feel.
He looks to you guys for praise.
Yeah,
all right. Anyway, so
800's a lot. You're talented. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. That is too kind there, new friend. I ought to get your name. What is your name, friend?
Hyre.
Well, Hyre, I hope you find your brother down there and you're a real nice guy. Maybe I'll take you on one of my missions one of these days, eh? Show you how a real thief works, magic. They first take off their armor, though, huh? It sort of kicks your shin and the clang rings out.
Yeah, I'm afraid if I get hit down there, I'll sink like a brick. I need it right now. But that sounds good once.
Yeah, this one I think might
safe.
be. Oh, you know, you are too kind. That was probably a compliment to me, I think.
Yeah, there was a compliment in there.
Yeah, I'll take it. All right, this is probably the one I think he went on most, though I'm like 70% sure he might not have. No, 70% sure he did go on this one. Yeah. This one comes all the way from the court wizard of Waterdeep, serving the open lord himself.
All right.
Reads here, my apprentice, Jorah, ventured into the Undermountain's arcane halls to retrieve an old tome and has not returned. Find her and recover the book, and bring them back to me for, look at this, look at what he says right here. And he sort of squints his eyes and he's like, wait, am I reading that right? Yeah, look, it says 1,500 gold pieces out of 1,500.
All right.
Plus, it says here you have the consideration of the court and future favors from the court wizard.
Great.
Does it mention where she went missing? Or
you see the guy squint his eyes as hard as he can against this thing. He's 2 inches from it, and he really... I think it might... Hold on, let me squint a little more. You want to give me a perception check, Demos, to look yourself?
Yes. Perception.
It is written in pretty small font, as opposed to a lot of the parchment on this wall, which are sort of hand-scratched
wanted posters or quests. This one does come from the actual like kingdom of Waterdeep, so it's on fine parchment, and all the inks are much more highly contrasted, so it's much more beautiful, albeit small fonted. What'd you get?
Does a strong 2 make that legible?
A 2. You squint at it. You're also not seeing it. It's just not coming to you. Yeah, I think it says something here about the Undermountain. Does anyone else want to?
I'll take a peep. What is it? Perception check?
Great. Just a perception check. Malagus is falling asleep on a couch behind you guys.
I'll take a good old peek.
22.
Excellent.
Holy.
I don't want to talk about it.
Duelam, you want to come be my sleeping companion?
Not really.
Oh.
Good.
He rolls over. I didn't want you anyway.
Sorry, I don't sleep.
Whatever. Orpheus, a 23. That is an excellent perception check.
22. But yeah.
Oh, well. You glance at this thing. It is written in insanely small font, but as you do so, you notice that the words on the page slightly shift as you look closer.
Fuck you. God damn.
Fucked up.
As you sort of
Give me
glimpse at it,
dyslexia in D&D.
you think this might be a magic effect.
Oh, okay.
It looks like the words are physically shifting on the page, and you understand now why it was a little harder for the rest of your friends to read it. It's like there is a paragraph written here, and then it writes over itself another paragraph that looks to follow it. So there's a lot of letters on here. It seems mostly to be legality stuff. You read a lot about how it's talking about how where the money is coming from, the 1,500 gold given out to the successful adventurer or adventurers to complete it comes from the treasury of Waterdeep, and it's susceptible to these taxes and should be noted in these documents. And it lists that the apprentice of the court wizard Jorah went missing in the arcane halls. This is on the 6th floor of the Undermountain dungeon. It is sort of not mapped for you, but it is described as being far to the southwest of the entrance corridor and staircase, though you're not sure where the staircase is. It just maps that out as the general location. And it notes in brilliantly fine handwriting at the bottom that is also sort of hard to read just from how how brilliant the calligraphy is. It's signed at the bottom, the court wizard of Waterdeep, Volker.
All right, 6th floor. Willing to bet that's where Monty is, based on what you're all saying.
Unfortunately, I think so.
Guildmaster shrugs. Oh, I really don't know. You go down there if you want. He might have picked up all these. He might have even picked up this wedding ring one. See if he grabbed it on the way, or the mimic one. You sort of pick up a lot. But I think this one, I'm pretty sure this is the one he picked up because it adds the highest gold reward out of anything we have right now.
Yeah, sounds right.
Yeah, so go ahead, head down there. Oh, can I give you guys a quest? You wanna take that one on yourselves?
I guess
Sure.
all the ones
all right.
he might be.
Listen, I'm just gonna go ahead and hand this to you, and you see him pull the parchment off the nail on the wall and hand it to you, the fine Waterdeep parchment, and go, I'll just hand this to you so there's no more confusion, sending the same people on the same thing. The guildmaster sort of waddles back toward the makeshift bar where the tiefling stands, and he nods at the woman, who gives him a scoff and a look toward you guys all that's sort of pleading and sort of just like giving up. And he speaks over his shoulder. Yeah, you guys go ahead and head down there. Just grab any quest you want. Just bring it back to me when you're done, alright? And good luck, and be careful in the Undermountain, alright? It's a real fucking dangerous place once you get deep. I'll see you later. And he flops back into the twin-sized mattress that he was in earlier and curls up about a foot away from the other individual sleeping there.
This is for the lions living in the wire. He broke down.
Before we leave, are we supposed to get some guild badges or something? Like,
oh, shit, I totally forgot. Can you get that for him? And he sort of waves a hand idly at Rek. The tiefling woman sighs and moves behind the counter again, moving toward you guys. You notice she has, like, horns that stick straight up out of her head. Tiefling horns that look like ibex ram horns.
Howie-chan.
She passes to you guys out of one of her many pockets. She seems to have a lot of tactical pockets. She passes a group of little badges that it looks like you guys can sort of pin to the front of your clothing. Each one bears the symbol that's on the outside of this place too, which is sort of a gray circle with a black rat in profile along it. She hands it to you and then goes, "Oh, and one more thing," and rushes now to one of the tables and pulls out a couple daggers that seem to be shunted into them. We don't offer gold for you guys as daily, spending, but every member of the Running Rats gets one iron dagger free of charge." And she passes to each of you guys one iron dagger.
Sick.
One.
So you can add one iron dagger. Right.
Let's go.
Malgus leans up off the couch. "All right, you all ready to go? I guess we need to go find Samir too, huh?"
Yeah, I wonder where he is.
I mean,
No
we're going
fucking
down
idea.
now, though, I assumed.
I thought Samir was going to come with us.
Yeah, we're turning him into an adventurer, remember?
I thought, sure,
did you
sure, yeah. Just let's quickly, like,
I mean, he's probably already outside. He was going to meet us here like hours ago. He was just dropping tick off. So,
okay, let's go find him then.
also,
right,
just
Hyre?
for clarity's sake, I attach my badge not on the side of my heart because my heart is for Riddicy alone.
Oh, thank you for clarifying.
Glad you
Hmm.
clarified.
Did not want any misunderstandings.
Hey, Hyre, you alright there, buddy? You seem a little despondent.
Look, it's just been a while since I've seen him, and we don't know if he's safe. Like we said, time is of the essence.
Yeah, sure, but I just, I want to make sure you're still, doing alright, whatever.
We'll be all right when we find him.
I.
Alright, you guys exit the Running Rats Guild Hall, and back out into the streets of the sort of gravelly streets of this little area. The sun has now risen almost to midday now. You guys have spent a decent amount of time out here, and it's nearly lunchtime, but still morning. And you sort of traverse the busy crowds now and the merchants shouting every which way. They seem to be selling a lot of collectibles or touristy items. They sell baubles or recreations of the mountain in small wooden form. Nothing really adventuring-wise, not a lot of supplies per se, just a lot of knickknacks. You pass
I'm just
by
going to
them.
start sprinting around looking.
You pass by them. Orpheus starts running ahead of you guys, and you have to push by people to keep up. And eventually, you sort of come back out into a bit of more of an open area that you have a good view of the entrance to the Great Undermountain. You see, still a lot of people seem to be sort of coming and going from this entrance, this great wooden hole that they bored into the side of the mountain and supported with wooden. Should we just head in? He's probably in there.
Samir, out of us.
No response.
God damn it! I wish there was some way you could call someone with magic.
Maybe next.
Samir!
Jesus, Orpheus, quit your fucking emo-horn.
I just want to get in the thing, in the action, in the
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah,
We
I
should wait
do
for
wish he was here.
He's alright. Okay. Probably
I
just
mean, we
over
told
there,
him
right?
we'd meet him here, and what if he goes in on his own? You think he's down in the hole? Let's go down in the hole. I run down the hole.
Orpheus, you run ahead. Did Orpheus smoke crack? What the fuck?
Let's go, you guys!
I get it. You're ready to fight something, huh?
Yeah. It's like we get to kill monsters here, and we don't have to feel bad about that, and it'll be clean and fast and good.
I think I'll feel bad about it anyway.
Okay.
You guys make your way to the great wooden structure now and make your way inside of the mountain itself. As you make your way in, and you guys are holding still the parchment. If one of you guys just wants to write in your inventory, quest for the lost apprentice, you can jot that down.
Did we take any of the other quests?
Hyre, did you say you wanted to grab a couple others?
I wanted to take the 3 he mentioned.
Okay, you grab
Nice.
the mimic one, and you grab the siren as well. And you
Okay, I'm
guys
sorry.
make
What was
your
the name
way-
of the last one?
There's a quest for a siren that is taken a giant keg of extremely valuable liquor.
Okay, sick.
And you guys step into the vast underground. This wooden entranceway leads directly into a set of extremely wide and well-chiseled stone stairs. The steps are carved nearly to perfection and well-suited to your feet, although you see a decent amount of tread marks on them as you go up as you go down, you see other individuals coming up along the other side. There seems to be a decent amount of foot traffic on this. But you guys step down the stairs, descending about 20 or 30 feet, you think, into some sort of cavern. The vastness of this place is immediately apparent to you as you step out into a huge cavern, lit by torchlight and magical lanterns. You see this grand entrance. The room you step into looks almost identical to the one you just came from. Despite being surrounded by rocks now, you still see vendors all over the place. There's gravel that seem to have been brought in and put on the ground here for footing. You even see a couple tents set up down here. And all sorts of individuals seemingly running back and forth, currying things. You see more commoners in this area as well, and it seems like fairly dense. There are even a couple cobblestone paths that have been laid down into what look like small doorways into other rooms. There are even rickety wood slats that have been built into walls, like almost makeshift windows, allowing you to look into other rooms. As you guys sort of walk around down here, a couple steps in, and you hear a call from across the side of the room. Excuse me, Dulam and the Lost and Found. It is I, Samir Arvalas. I've been waiting for you.
Ah, Samir!
Hi, hello. You all took a while. I thought you might have gotten lost.
We joined a gang.
He gives you guys a neutral smile. Oh, that is great. What gang?
The rats?
Is this a respectable gang?
No.
Oh,
With
okay.
us, doesn't he need to join quickly so he isn't hunted for being guildless or feral?
Let's go for a run! I'm gonna pull Samir to make his speed higher than the pathetic low number it usually is towards the rats.
He plants his feet a little bit and goes, oh, I don't have any interest in joining a gang, like you said. I'll just travel with you. If they ask for your symbols, just show yours and I'll remain in the back.
Okay, but if you get dead, it would be really sad for all of us.
I
Samir,
would be
that
okay.
does put a target on our back.
Yeah,
Are you sure? You think we will be attacked?
that's what like everyone says. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't have joined either.
That's what
See,
we've been told. Yes.
Okay, all right. We'll go for a run with you, but I really don't want to, unless, of course, it is true that they will attack us on sight if they don't.
I mean, I guess we don't know for sure, but let's just go. What do you lose?
A bit of dignity.
So
Also
who
time.
cares about that?
I mean,
It'll be like 30. It could have been over by now. I start running.
you and Samir run. For brevity, you guys get there, grab another one, and then come back. 10 minutes
Score.
goes by.
All right, let's get cracking.
Oh, I was able to explore a bit around here. The area around right here is still a bit urbanized by the commoners upstairs, but if I could guide you back here, and he slowly starts guiding your group now, this passage leads a little bit further into the dungeon, and over here it's much more hardened of individuals. The shops in there are what look to be higher quality shop fronts, and the adventurers look like people who actually know what they're doing.
That's
And he
cool.
guides you in a little further now. This is sort of like a dungeon. You are actually in the first floor of a dungeon. What was the first level of a deadly dungeon has now been completely and utterly tamed by society. You see old monster dens that you pass through that have now been turned into small mess halls. Banners bearing the sigils of adventuring guilds hang from beautifully carved stone pillars that look to have been recently carved all throughout these different rooms that you pass through. The only way you can tell it's still a dungeon is just the fact that there are a lot of small rooms connected by thin hallways in a very labyrinthine fashion that you sort of make your way through, albeit a bit slowly as Samir stops every once in a while to get his bearings. But after a bit of walking, you make your way into a less crowded, but still all the well lit and extremely populated area. By populated, I just mean there seem to be at least one or two people in every room of this area. But now you are passing into, as Samir says, this is the area that I think is actually for people who are going in the dungeon. You know, at this point, it is no longer showing off. I think these people actually care.
I like that.
And here, further in, you find shops built into old dungeon walls. Here they sell adventuring. You see enchanted lanterns sold, even pre-written last wills. A little gnome vendor goes, just in case, as you read it. You see a well-muscled dwarven smith working from a forge that looks to have been carved into what was like a barracks of goblins or hobgoblins that used to live in this dungeon. He sees you guys go by and goes, I'm selling swords here, guaranteed to make you pass level 3 of the dungeon.
That sounds like a scam.
Further in, you even find, still, again, a very urbanized, but taverns are in here. Taverns with the names like the Delver's Respite or the Dead Man's Draft are packed with a dozen or 24 adventurers, hardened adventurers, swapping stories over mugs of ale. These look like the same individual that you and Dulam Orpheus ran into back on the surface. These look like actual warriors or thieves or wizards who actually have experience.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Here you also find a towering notice board in between the taverns. This looks like yet another one of those guild quest boards, but it's listing available jobs and bounties and missing persons for much higher fees than you saw outside. Here you find a lot more things in lines of hundreds of gold pieces per job, and they all seem a bit more dangerous and involve a bit more risk. Such things like mapping out the 11th layer needed 10,000 gold pieces for full map. You also find things like undead found on floor 3. Intelligent skeleton in full plate mail has claimed a section of the dungeon. First to kill him receives a full guild sponsorship and 200 gold pieces.
That's pretty good.
Up.
Rat Queen found in lower levels. First to kill and bring back its corpse gets financial compensation. To be discussed. Stuff like that.
Our queen.
You also find a few more shops deeper in here that seem to sell a bit more adventuring gear type stuff geared toward you guys. You find gadgets that you could use for adventuring, stuff like collapsible poles or a piton launcher, somewhat of a grappling hook. You also find adventuring gear, shields, chain shirts, lockpicks, torch bundles. There is also a group of priests here that are selling healing potions, potions of cure diseases, potions of resistance against necrotic damage.
You wanted a healing potion, right, Malagus?
Oh yeah, I'll go, hey, listen, holy folk, I'll take one of those. Malagus leans into one of these shops. There's also even a little area here that looks to be for people who are not part of a guild that's insurance for delvers, where they can, for certain large amounts of funds, they can guarantee recovery of your body for your loved ones, or a rescue attempt if you're missing for several days. They also have cheaper things like next of kin notification or identification tag.
Can I saunter up to this table? Can I grab Hyre and sort of pull him along with me?
All right.
Hey, can I see if my friend bought your insurance before?
This specific little shop is run by a very slick-looking drow elf. The man looks at you with long silver hair and brushes it out of his face and goes, excuse me, you believe someone has purchased insurance from me before? I do make it a habit not to give out previous purchases information. Unless, of course, you are next of kin.
My friend here it is. I should tap Hyre.
Hello there, pleasure. Can I interest you in my services? Or perhaps, do you have an associate that purchased next of kin notification?
Yeah, I was hoping for the second one.
A name, please.
Monty. I guess I don't know if he put Monty Valea, but Monty would certainly be the first name.
Do you have a species?
Kobold, me, but yellow.
Right, just a moment, and you see him turn around now, away from you guys, leaning over to a small satchel, opening it up and thumbing through several bundles of parchment. After a few moments, he returns and goes, I'm sorry, that name does not appear in any of my records for any purchasing. Perhaps you're speaking of somebody associated with a guild who was able to purchase these things through them. I often deal with more of the, less fortunate types.
Well, thank you.
Yes, well, good luck down there.
Just so you know, I'm Sir Orpheus. I hold out a hand.
Pleasure. He holds out his hands very limply as if you are to kiss it.
Yeah, I kiss it. What's your name?
My name is Uldor. I promise peace of mind. Orpheus, are you from around here?
Nope. I'm from Valhalla.
Valhalla, is that like an island off the Swords Coast? I'm unfamiliar with the overworld.
It's the afterlife for human warriors.
And he gives you sort of an awkward smile.
Aha!
Then off you go, unless you're here to purchase something, ghost.
Nope. Okay, you said that with a lot of like stank on it. Bye.
Yes.
Ghost.
You walk away. Malagus reconvenes with you guys. Look what I got. He shows off a small vial with a thick red liquid inside. Health potion, 50 gold. Suck it.
Good work, Molly.
Right at market value. Nice.
I know. I even tried to haggle, and they said, "Fuck you. You're gonna get cursed by God if you haggle."
Huh. Did you tell him you already went
Did
to
you?
hell and it doesn't scare you anymore?
Oh, that would have been good. Fuck. You should have come with me. That would have been an awesome.
Oh, next time.
I think I might also buy some rations while we're down here. I don't know how long we're gonna be spending it.
Huh.
I mean, I stocked up on purpose.
Sure. Yeah, just give me a sec. He walks off to another shop, one of the adventuring gear shops. You guys get some more time to sort of look around here. Samir now goes, as you can tell, this area seems a bit more suited for adventurers. I even found the stairs to the lower level. I believe the second floor is where the dungeon actually begins, though the first room of the second floor has even some torches and campsites, so I'm not even sure how far the urbanization of this place has gone.
I think we can at least make it to the 3rd floor. It seems like that's where things start getting real. And we only need to go to the 6th floor.
Right. 6th floor. Could you guys inform me quickly of what the plan is? You wouldn't mind?
We figured out the guild that my brother was in, and we think we know where he probably went and on what mission, and we're gonna look for him until we find him or need to come back, I guess. But I guess he'll likely be hiding, since that's kind of the guild's thing, even though he's alone. So
Okay. I'm happy to help with this. Your brother is on the 6th floor of this place. I've learned from talking many of the folks that seem to reside in this part, the adventurers, that it sort of seems that your skill level in terms of your skills in your respective field sort of correlates more or less to the floor level of this place.
Oh,
For example,
see.
it seems that if you are still sort of a newbie, the 1st floor would be for you, though there are no monsters here, haha. So I don't exactly know where we would fit on the levels, but that is what I have heard. So I thought I would share it.
Do you know how big a party the level system is based on?
I mostly talked with groups of 4 and 5. Why?
Okay, then I think we're all good.
I purposefully didn't ask. I fear we go down regardless.
No! I mean, we're going down into the dungeon, but we're not going down as in going to die or lose or anything.
Well, I mean, we don't plan on losing, right? We are all strong
Of course
people,
not.
right?
I do not plan on losing. Thank you.
Me neither.
We're
Perfect.
adventurers! We plan on victory!
Precisely. I don't see this being a big problem. I don't.
Me neither. Just like,
Excellent.
if I did have to rank our skill on a level-based system, I would probably say 5. But we also have more than 4 to 5 people, so...
That is true, and I suppose that we also have a bit of skills, though I will say a lot of the people I talked to were also, they had magics.
Oh, we have some magic items.
We do. That is true, yes, so perhaps we will be in good hands, right? Haha.
Oh yeah. Ha ha ha.
Right, well, I suppose if you're all ready, and at this point Malagus joins up again, and he smiles, and he shows off the small bundle of rations in his hands that he shoves into his pack. I'm all good, ready to go.
Aye.
Okay, let us descend then, if that sounds good to you all.
Oh yeah.
Alright, so do you guys want to descend into this little dungeon?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Ooh,
Okay,
yeah.
I'm going to change our music now to something a bit more... Okay, so you guys make your way now, again, through the first floor bit, making your way through. What Samir said earlier was sort of what you were getting at, Orpheus, where each leveled floor here is about the level of adventurer that can clear it out reliably in a
Uh-huh.
group of 4 or 5. So I would keep that in mind as you guys did.
Oh yeah.
But as you guys make your way now, Samir eventually leads you to a huge, wide staircase, at least the width of a room, all the way across. And the staircase descends yet another 30 feet into the ground. And this specific staircase, as you guys slowly descend, leads into yet another lit room, but this one is not occupied. You don't see any people immediately. There is a large sort of chamber that you enter into as you descend the stairs now, and the air starts cooling as you descend. You now officially feel the sort of damp, cold air that most caverns come with. And as part of that, you also start feeling like you're actually underground. This room that you enter, this chamber, is well lit by torches, and you see several tents set up here, but they all seem either occupied and closed or empty. You don't see anyone out and about down here. This maybe just seems like a partial safe haven on this floor, and you notice that there are a few hallways leading off of this that lead into darkness. You imagine this is actually where the dungeon begins. The first floor was conquered, but here there still likely are a few creatures lurking about. You imagine that a lot of this floor, and even probably the one after it, have been pretty heavily looted. There's likely not a lot of treasure, except if you find the well-hidden secret on these floors. So at this point, I assume you guys' plan is just descend.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Excellent. As you guys descend, you meet in this chamber with light. Samir points it out. This is what I saw earlier. I believe people are housed here just to take respite. I imagine that there are several of these, what I imagine, safe havens along the path down. I don't know how deep they go, though. I imagine past level 4, perhaps, they stop existing. But up here, where adventurers are able to descend pretty they are likely lots. I don't know where the next descent is, though. There are likely several staircases, but I have been told by some of the dwarves and gnomes that are familiar with the stone that this great dungeon is several miles every direction.
Dylan, from your map, do you remember where the stairs were?
Do I remember where the stairs are?
You imagine in your head and sort of plot out, there are 4 different rats that had 4 different passageways that they followed. Of the 4, you recall that 3 of them met with stairs pretty quickly. One of them took a little bit longer to find a staircase and then descended sort of 2 staircases or ascended 2 staircases very quickly one after another. And you think you can reliably get your to these, but I would like you to pick which one you're sort of, because they're all sort of going in different directions. Honestly, if you want to just roll a d4.
A D4?
If you want to just pick at random. For knowledge about it, like each of the rats on the map were just sort of situated in long tunnel. None of them really indicated to you what they were doing there, so you're not exactly sure which one could have actually been.
Okay. So did you say 3 of them seemed to like have a staircase early and then 1 didn't?
Yes.
Okay, I'll turn to Oro. It's most likely that they went this way, but one of them is off the path.
I think this early on, Monty would have still been on the path, just like going straight to the first level, right? Probably wouldn't have branched out until he was a bit deeper in.
That seems most likely to me, but I guess I don't know Monty.
Me neither.
You recall the paths again, Dulam. Of the other ones that were available to basically be descended, the 3 that all met stairs early, one of them ended somewhat abruptly after their staircase. They stopped in a large room that had been mapped out, and the other 2 continued on for a long while, sort of going in and out of hallways and passageways. And the one that went in a sort of different direction that met a staircase after a long time has perhaps the longest path of all of them. So if you want to go by length, it would be I could tell you which way that one would go. Sorry, I know this is an inefficient system.
It's okay. Out of the 3 other missions, did they list floors?
Yes, they do list floors.
It was 5, 5, and 6, right?
Both of the other ones listed 5 as their floor.
Okay. I don't know. If the other quests are 1 floor before, do you think the 6th floor would take longer?
To get to?
Yes.
I think so, yeah. But I assume you passed through the 5th floor on the way, right?
That's true.
No, it's all the same way.
That's what I was thinking. I figured we had just passed by the 5th floor and check there on our way to the 6th.
Sounds good.
Fine enough idea. Hey, are we here at all to, actually do any of these quests? Just because, I know we were talking about doing money, and obviously Hyre's family is priority number 1. But, if we see any of these mimics or do any of this shit, can we, crazy on it?
I figured we'd bag any mimics we saw.
What about this siren situation? What's that about?
That one feels more out of the way, but if we see a siren, might as well.
Yeah, all right. Can't argue with that.
I will bring up that we only know 2 professors from the Kesha's Academy, and one of them is Avrix, and this sort of sounds like his quest.
That's a great point, Dulum.
Oh, you think Zabrix was making mimics? That's crazy.
It would not be unlike him.
It's interesting.
It wouldn't be at all. Okay, so maybe not that then.
Although maybe Dr. Him experiments on mimics too.
Smear, does that sound like something Dr. Him would do?
I sort of doubt it. Is there a name listed there, or perhaps a region of specialty? Can I take a look at the document?
I don't know which one of us has it, but I assume they hand it over.
Okay, hand it over. You notice that Samir glances down at it and then squints and goes, no, listen, I don't think so, because this little signature at the bottom is hard to read, but I don't think it is Avrix or Professor Him. This looks to be one of the arcane biologists of the academy.
I suppose it makes sense that there's probably lots of professors there.
It is a very crowded, not crowded per se, but a well-occupied school. A lot of people.
Great.
This is exciting. Samir gives you guys a neutral smile. I just want to share my excitement. I've never really gone dungeon delving like this before. I am excited.
Honestly, me neither. It seems like a fun way to do the whole adventuring thing.
I think so too. I'm especially fond of the coldness down here. It's kind of nice.
Oh, so, and I mean this in the least rude way possible, you feel temperature?
Oh, I see. Yes, I do.
Oh, no, that's cool. That's interesting.
Yes, I thought not that big of a deal, right?
No, it's just, I don't know. It's cool. So let's keep going. I don't know. Do I think the road less traveled? I feel like that might make all the difference. That was funny, you guys. Of Robert Frost. I just felt like maybe my mic wasn't working or something.
I really love Robert Frost. Tell it to me again.
I do love Robert Frost.
I just thought maybe if we took the road less traveled, it might make all the difference.
Haha. What's the mean?
Haha.
Haha. Very funny. Haha.
Haha.
Right, so you guys descend now.
Into madness.
So I have a small system here set up for you guys. Obviously, I don't want you to fully dungeon crawl like 5 full floors of dungeon. So instead, we're going to do sort of a little mini game, like our timing game. Now, as I say this, you sort of have your heading now. Duelam, what of the 4 little paths did you plan on taking your friends? All of them do lead down at least like 5 floors, except the one that ends really short, so you can ignore that one. So there are 3 paths left that lead down pretty far. So which of the 3 do you want to pick?
Are they distinctive at all, like from each other?
Roll me a survival check.
Okay, a 19 plus 0.
Out of the 2 other ones that don't go really far, one of them, there are 4 stairs listed on the path. It is somewhat straight, as in there's not a lot of doubling back. And you're not exactly sure if that meant that it tracked the person who was doing it, or that was just like the most optimal path to get wherever they were going. However, the other path has about 7 stairs listed, and this one is a lot of doubling back. There's even like a full circle at some point in the maze that is drawn out, and this one even connects to the other one slightly. They sort of follow the same path, but this one branches off as it enters these bunch more stairs that could be going up or down. And there's a lot of circle. This to you could mean somebody who is uneducated with a dungeon, who is doing a lot of turnbacks, and this is the map they mapped, or this is like how they mapped it. But it could be other.
Okay, I would probably choose the straightest path that's the most direct.
Man wants his straight paths. Now is what he wants. All right, that is you lead everyone on the path. So how this mini game part is going to work is basically I sort of want to gauge from you guys how you plan on navigating a dungeon. Would you rather do it stealthily, in which I will ask you guys all to make stealth checks and we'll take the sum? Or would you rather do so loudly, but perhaps using like survival-like skills, where you avoid things based on what you gain from this dungeon itself? There are other ways if you want to argue, like, if you want to just go through bashing and screaming, we can discuss that as well.
Probably that, yeah.
But what is our strategy? Basically, what he wants to know.
Okay, personally, I have disadvantage on stealth, but +4 on survival.
Yeah,
But
I vote survival as
person.
well. Survival
agree.
feels more in keeping with our team's conventions.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay,
Let's do it.
so then, can I have everyone in party roll a survival check. I have a DC in mind for successes and failures. And basically how we're going to do this is for every, floor on your descent, you're going to all make this roll. And if it's a success, you do so, and you might find something interesting. But if it's a failure, something bad might happen. And depending on how bad of a failure it is, I have different random plans.
Ew.
Sound fair?
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
Okay, excellent. If everyone would roll me a survival check, and let me pull up a document to write them all down real quick.
I already fucked us. Oh wait, no, that was someone else. Oh, I did even worse. Wow, Dimples, we suck.
Okay, could I get all of your ratings? I'll just go one by one. Orpheus, what'd you get?
5, baby, but it was a natural 1, actually, so natural 1.
Oh, a 1. Yay!
Yeah.
Dulam?
Ow!
Mr. Dulam,
I got it 16.
16, much better.
Thank God.
Demos?
Strong 4.
Okay, you guys are
Ow.
averaging a 7. Higher?
I'm about to bring that average up. 12.
Bad. Real bad.
We've never adventured before.
No, but Malagus is
know
going to
what-
roll nat 20.
Oh,
To
so-
balance
Yeah,
out the nat
certainly
1.
Malagus and Samir are gonna do
Yeah.
so good.
Yes.
I mean, Samir's been an adventurer before. So
Oh
true.
yeah,
Sure,
he
yeah,
for a
seems
little
really
bit.
good at this type of thing. Like this
Yup.
feels like exactly what he does.
It's his wheelhouse.
Kicked out
Yeah.
of his party. I will remind you guys.
Well,
They were probably stealthing, and he was probably just
There's that.
yapping
That's
up a
not
storm.
great. So I'm
He's
gonna
very
roll. This is Samir's survival check that I roll now. This is +0.
great.
Oh.
It's the 7.
7, strong average.
And next I roll Malagus.
Nat 20.
Natural 1.
Oh my god.
It's in our blood.
Okay, so you guys rolled a average of 6 on that.
Nice.
You didn't tell the audience. Malagus got a nat 1.
No, Malagus did get a nat 1. Yes, it is the bloodline that just happened. So that puts you guys in just about the worst spot that I've got.
Woohoo!
Woo.
So as you might expect, the as you're doing these survival checks on your way down, obviously it increases in danger on the way down. So you guys are only on the 2nd floor here, so it is not theoretically that bad. The worst encounters are lower down, but nevertheless, your low roll has prompted a random encounter that I just secretly rolled for. So just to introduce yourselves into this now, you've probably been walking now for a good 3 hours. Malagus holds a torch up in front of you as you all travel, and you've passed through several empty rooms. I'm talking nearly 40 empty rooms. Now you pass through long caverns, hallways. Every once in a while, you'll hear a scuttling sound or something. Sometimes you'll find a trap that's already been triggered. For example, a pitfall that's already been opened that you can see into the hole below, or some sort of spike trap sticking out of the wall that you sort of have to duck under to get around. But nothing new has happened on your particular, vision quest down this floor. You seem to be following Dulam's directions well, and everything is going well, Dulam. You're taking the correct path until you reach this specific point. You're walking down one of the more caverny areas of the dungeon. The walls here seem more stony than normal, and you notice the floor beneath you is slowly turning from rock to sand. You hear in the distant hallway what sounds like running water. It doesn't sound that far away, and recall hearing above ground people talking about flooded caverns or passageways. So there could be a flood up ahead, but Dulam, you know that this is the right path, so if it is flooded, hopefully it's not so much that you have to swim. Nevertheless, though, it seems that the water has likely been here long enough to turn the ground around here into somewhat of a sandy little area as you guys continue down this hallway.
You guys all move forward a bit. So
Me in front.
Dulam is in front.
Aura would want to be close to the front, so maybe behind Dulam.
I feel like Demos would be last.
Demos would be last. Okay, Demos backline. So you guys continue further now, and after a couple moments of walking, you hear the sound of running water get louder in the distance. It's not exactly a roar. It sounds more like several small streams emptying into a larger stream. But the sound increases, and Samir mentions to you guys, I hadn't thought about it, but is there a chance that we might be perhaps having to sleep out here.
Oh yeah,
You think so?
Possible, but
it seems likely.
if we can avoid it, I think we should.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But we can take shifts. That's what adventurers do.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I've never slept in such a dingy, dark place like this. Little dog. But I suppose I trust. Go ahead, Orphe.
In the city of Brass, you lived with your dad, right?
Yes, I did.
How many floors would you say his house was?
Well, in the city of Brass, he was a fine inventor, actually one of the best in the city, and so he was housed with a fine complex. We had our workroom on the first floor, and the next for our house.
So just two of you. I feel like you just act like sort of a estate type of guy.
Well, and not to be crass or a face, but didn't you tell me you lived in a palace and Demos as well?
Yeah, that's true. Got you there.
I think Chai and I lived in shacks.
I mean, if it counts for anything, I built the palace.
Yeah, I think that counts for a lot. Man, now I could really see myself living here. Just maybe call it 1,000 gold. Just plop me down in this cave.
And as you guys walk in the cave a little further now, you reach a point that the ground starts getting very soft. Dulam, you're the first to feel this. It sinks beneath your feet quite a bit as the sand that is now almost fully filled this cavern. The floor is no longer rock, and it's actually kind of difficult to pull your foot out, place it on the next spot. This sand seems particularly fine, and you're assuming that likely because of its sort of stagnancy in here, it just doesn't have anywhere to get blown away to, so the very finest sand is right on top. So your feet sink extra deep in sand. It is somewhat difficult for you to move around. This is actually now starting to become difficult terrain for you as you step in.
Watch your steps.
This is sort of a big thing, huh?
Is there any sort of dangerous sand we should be aware of?
I'm not sure.
Some sort of sand that's really fast.
Yeah, maybe something like that. I don't know.
I've never heard of fast sand.
Okay.
Me neither.
Yeah.
Oh, that is something called quicksand that occurs some places. That is quicksand.
What does it look like?
It is like a sinkhole. It looks like sand, but it has a tendency to shift beneath itself, and the sinkhole opens up. It is somewhat invisible on the surface in normal places, but if you step into it, you might fall.
If you're going to be walking around in front, how about you hold the end of this rope, and we'll all hold on to this one rope?
Sure thing.
We should be copying each other's footsteps if we can.
Good idea.
This is a good idea. Excellent. Sure, whatever. All right. And you throw out the rope, and everyone grabs on real tightly. And this is now difficult terrain as you step forward. It is slow moving, half speed, as you would have expected, Dulam, as you approach forward. And as you get further out, you eventually see at the edge of this cavern is a stream, a pond of sorts. It looks to be water. The water that you heard earlier, actually, is out here. It looks to be a small river that runs between two passages. It doesn't look that high, likely 3 or 4 feet, but it has waves in it. You assume that there's likely a much larger body of water that connects to this, as you see waves of water pushing into this cavern from distant caverns. And you even see some small cracks in the side of the distant wall that water pours out of. This is where that puddle dripping sound comes from. You even hear what sounds like more rushing water further down the tunnel, but that is a bit more distant to you, so it isn't loud. Dripping, however, is much closer. You can hear them. So, do we have to get our pants wet? Because I really don't want to.
It's possible.
Fucking sucks. And as you take another step forward, Dulam, you notice that the space in front of you that you were about to step, your foot sinks about a foot deep, which is about as deep as it's been, and then it slowly starts sinking another foot. Because you're moving carefully, you're able to pull your foot out without getting stuck in here, but it goes a lot deeper than expected.
The sand is pretty fast.
Oh, fast sand! That is on this...
Demos, what was that spell you had? Tendril?
Tensor's floating disc. Is that what you're thinking about?
Oh, what do you think about? Would that work here?
It has some very strict terrain requirements, but it from when I learned the spell, it never said anything about fast sand. So I mean,
Seems like it might be worth a shot.
Do you want to? It's a ritual cast for Tensor's floating disc, right?
Yeah,
Okay. Do you guys want to take a moment here to cast it?
yeah, why not?
Okay. You lean up against one of the rock walls for a moment, Demo, steadying yourself, and hold out your hands and slowly start casting, and the rest of you guys are sort of situated around you. I get a perception check from
Yeah, baby.
Give me sound sharks.
18.
12.
Huge 18.
7.
Okay, so Demos, you're sort of focused in your work. Orpheus, you're sort of just listening to water, but Ulam and Hyre, you guys both hear the echoing sound of something scuffling. It's distant and echoes off the walls, but it didn't sound that. The sound fades.
Didn't I mention like a spider?
I'll go and message my friends. I think there's something here.
Hyre, would you like to do anything?
I stepped up to get dinner. What has anything, I guess, changed other than the fact that we just heard something?
That's it. I was just curious if you.
We're also in like quicksand, but it's not quicksand yet. It's just sand.
Okay, I got that part.
Okay.
Let my party take the lead on this one.
Okay, as you sit there, I would like all of you guys to please list for me your total hits.
Oh,
Huh. It's an interesting thing to ask. Mine's 33. It's not so
33,
bad.
okay. I just,
Mine's
you know,
32.
I'm learning things about a spell that
Woo! Good night, you guys.
Yeah.
Mine's 23.
23. Demos.
32.
32. All right. Okay. Okay. As you guys are sitting here for just taking a break for Demos to cast his spell.
That's all 7s and 8s. What the fuck? What the
My
fuck,
God.
Mason?
No joke. No joke. Okay. A wash of energy rolls over your group, and starting at Hyre and Malagus, the two of you fall to the ground in a slump, unconscious. You hear a distant whisper as someone goes, "You fucking idiot! You fucked it up! You didn't get all of them!" As you now see behind one of the pillars, just out of view, is a bandit. Some nasty, unkempt individual, followed closely by two other, and then a third of 4 individuals that were hiding behind one of the pillars appear now, grimy and dirty. The one in front holding out his hand, and a bullish blue mist of arcane energy swirls. You look at all of them, and you see none of them wear any of those guild badges on their chests. These are the guildless. And I'd like you guys to quickly roll initiative for them.
Oh yeah, baby. We're gonna kill these two poor people.
Okay, pretty bad rolls from you guys, and the bandits got an
What
unnatural
the-
20 on their roll.
What the?
That's fucked.
They're low, but they're gonna fight. They all go as a group then, and you see one of the guildless, a very tattered-looking man, a bit taller than the rest. These are all definitely like what you'd guess mid-20s, 30s adult men. The group, them all look fairly similar. They could even be brothers, the way they all have the same sort of big Roman nose, grizzled beard, and wide-set jaw. Also with the same sort of sunken-in cheeks. They all seem to be somewhat starved in the same way as well. But one behind, who I've aptly labeled Evil Bandit, leans toward the magic user and goes, "No, you fucking idiot, you're not doing it right. You gotta try harder, alright? Get in there and do it better." And he smacks him on the back, and the guy goes, "Oh, alright, boss." And he takes a step forward as what you've now been told is the leader of the group slowly turns around the edge, holding out a blade. This looks like some sort of scimitar. It's curved on the edge, and 2 of his companions curl up behind him. They say, "All right, we don't want any trouble. Our friend here is just going to help you all out." As the arcane bandit casts Sleep second time. Lower roll. Lower roll.
Not another fucking broken roll. Okay, that seems
Much
more
better.
fair.
What's
Much
average?
better. Okay, next up then on health, that was Malagus and Hyre. So next up is Dulam and Demos, who have the exact same at 32. The roll was 34 hit points of sleep. So one of you guys is falling asleep. Considering you have the same health, so Dulam, a wave of arcane energy washes over you as you feel your body slump to the ground. Fall asleep more. This is just like the one you had the other night.
This is messed up.
You fall asleep. The other 3 bandits all hold their action, holding out scimitars. The one in the back seems to have a crossbow, a heavy crossbow, holstered up on his arm, aimed and locked and loaded at all of you, as 3 of your team is now asleep. Next up is Hyre Valea. Hyre, you are napping.
I sleep.
You have a soft dream. It's an arcane dream, so I like to imagine this is like your Benadryl dream, where like you're really heavily medicated for this dream, so it's not like super realistic, it's very feverish.
Feels about right.
But you have a dream. You have a dream of your brother, yet again down here. You have a dream you're meeting up with him, but there's this horrible spider chasing the 2 of you, so you're excited to see him, but there's a spider.
Great. This is a slightly happy dream, I think, overall.
Happy, sad dream. Next up is Samir, who is still awake. He looks toward the people and holds his hands up as if he's being held at gunpoint, which he sort of is, as one of the bandits is within nearly 5 feet of him now, having prepped themselves to attack. Samir goes, we don't want any trouble, please. You all look very brave and strong. What would you like? Perhaps some coin and we'll be on our way?
What are you doing?
Orpheus, not all things must be fixed with fighting. These gentlemen seem to have us at an advantage. And he looks behind him now, and you see him reach down to grab the edge of Hyre's plate mail, as you see Hyre is slowly begun sinking in sand. He grabs Hyre now with one hand, holding the other up to show he's unarmed. You look around you now, Orpheus, and see both Malagus and Dulam, who fell face first into the sand, are slowly sinking deeper into it. Malagus especially is literally face down in the sand. Not sure if he's breathing, and you see his body slowly sinking. Samir turns to you now with kind of a worried look as he looks at you and Demos, the last ones left, and goes, perhaps we can come to an arrangement, gentlemen. They look at him and sort of go, we got you at a disadvantage, don't we? All right, boys, let's see what we can find on him. Let's tie him up and leave him for the next monster that comes through, eh? No, gentlemen. Don't need to be so rude. Let us just hand over our coin, and perhaps we'll go our separate ways. Yeah, I don't think I can trust you type with that. You always got secret pouches. And with that, it is Demos and Orpheus' turn.
What are you gonna do to them?
Let's get cooking. How about you lead us out? Because once I get in there, your work will be a little bit harder.
Good ideas, Orpheus. All right. Gosh, it's just so early in the dungeon to start using spell slots.
If I guess I have something that doesn't take spell slots, if you'd like me to start them off and see what I can, get cracking.
It's okay, Sir Orpheus. I'll start it off, and we'll see what happens after that. All right, Mason, I would love to cast Fireball.
Great. Would you please draw for me the circle that you plant on forge.cc.com?
Yes. So let's see. It would be like this, if one could.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. Is that getting Samir? I can't tell.
He's not in the blue.
He's not in the blue. He is in the circle.
I mean, you could always move it back a little to not get him.
Yeah, you could. You're right.
Yeah.
The center still is like 5 feet off the wall. Okay, so you swirl some magic in your hand. The bandit captain, the leader of this guildless crew goes, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" But his words fall on deaf ears as the magic gets brighter and a bit louder in your hands as the swirling flames burn brightly, and you toss it out. And it smacks into the wall, and for a brief moment, you are all almost blinded by this loud and bright erupting fireball. Demos, go ahead and roll damage.
Holy cow.
You see Samir is right on the edge of this and almost gets blasted backwards. He's held still merely just by holding onto Hyre's chest plate that he's sort of holding out of the sand. He uses Hyre as an anchor to wedge himself back. You see the 2 of them get pulled backwards. 25. Not bad. Not bad at all. That is fucking good. They all, being bandits, actually have a pretty high dex save, so they all have +4. What is the save?
15.
Okay. Ooh, and that one, 2 9s.
Wow.
Okay, only one of them got it.
All dead.
Okay, so you blast this group. The 2 bandits in the back, these poor second-level fools, get incinerated. You hear their screams melt in with the sound of the explosion as they disintegrate, both dropping to 0 hit points and dying in the process.
Oh.
Or in the front, you notice the bandit with the magic swirling in his hands saved against your fireball and only took half damage, dropping him down to a bit around half health, I think. The last bandit, the leader of this group, seemed to have taken the full damage, but nevertheless is still up, bloodied and near death, but he remains. A puff of ash escapes his mouth as he struggles to stay standing after this enormous fireball goes off. You hear him pant and goes, I thought we were coming to an accord. What the fuck? Oh. And, Demos, is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
Gosh, don't lose your stomach, Sir Orpheus. You can finish them off.
All right.
All right,
Okay.
Oro, you're up next.
First off, I could be wrong, but does the spellcaster have to roll a concentration save?
On sleep, believe it or fucking not, no. Not anymore.
Yeah, that's
That-
crazy.
Sucks. What? I'm right here, and then I want to cast Shocking Grasp with my arcane firearm, which of course comes in the form of a pistol whip.
Okay, you come right up beside him. The individual looks at you and coughs up smoke again and turns his head and scowls. Roll to hit.
Oh yeah. Not my best roll, 16.
Okay, the bandit here is actually going to use his reaction to do what bandits do. This is a classic bandit reaction here. Parry,
Whoa.
which he adds 2 to his AC against an attack that he can see that can hit it.
Holy, so it doesn't hit him.
So he, this would have hit him, but you see him sort of throw up his scimitar, and the pistol bangs against it. A loud clang echoes through the cavern as he just barely dodges. He looks at you with horrified eyes now as he realizes that you guys are trying to go a lot deeper than this floor.
Okay, I will make a attack with my whip in that case.
All right, roll to hit again.
11 to hit. It misses. Crack! There's
Right.
nothing I hate so much as you thieves, so get out of our way before we, bury you, sandify you? Entomb. I can't really think of a sand-themed threat, but, fuck off.
You give them your threat. It seems to land, as they're already pretty horrified of you guys, considering you very successfully, slaughtered almost all of them in one fell swoop. But
Another
nevertheless,
execution.
you see them all look back. Oh, well, can we plan something out, please? Just let us go, all right?
Lift the fucking spell!
With that, it is Orpheus. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Nope.
Ulam and Malagus, you guys are up next. Malagus, you see sinks about another foot into the sand, face down. Dulam, you also sink, but you're not aware of that. Instead, you were aware of yet another dream you seem to be having. This one, however, is not so physical as the one that you had the other night, but rather this one is sort of mathematical. You dream of great fractals and spirals and curvatures, shapes that are perfect. It's comforting to you.
Do I dream of electric sheep?
You do dream of electric sheep. It's unusual because, again, you never dream, so it still sort of makes you feel a bit unnerved that you are dreaming at all. But your dreams now feel much more machine. If a machine could dream, they are just of things that you find. You see brief glimpses of Mechanus, Primus, the Great Order.
No, maybe sleeping's not so bad.
And you also sink about a. We come around to the bandits' turn now. They are horrified. You dealt a decent amount of damage to them, and the bandit in the back is, "Oh, I'm getting the fuck out of here, boss. I can't die here, alright?" And he runs backwards. The boss looks at him, goes, "Oh, you fucking slacker. Listen,
Drop the spell, you idiot!
can't we just make something work here? What if we just was going separate ways, alright? I'll get him in order. Can you just let me go?"
Drop the spell and you can go
Please just let me go. Okay, Commander, let me go. Let me go. He goes to take a step back. Would you like to make a opportunity attack?
Yes. What the hell? Wait. Samir better make one too. That's a nat 1 on me.
Ooh.
I've never used a whip before, so I think it sort of bounces back and like wraps around me.
Samir looks at you and sort of shakes his head. I don't have any melee weapons. What am I going to do?
Samir, what?
All right. Okay. He rolls back one of his hands and throws a punch.
Yes.
So plus 0. Oh, 18 to hit.
Oh,
All right,
That's
is
my king.
1 damage then.
Oh.
Woohoo!
yes.
Whack! As he
Numbers on the
smacks
board.
the bandit. This bandit, however, is not dead. 1 damage did not do enough. As he steps back and goes, "Oi, where you going? Come here, come back here!" And the 2 bandits seem to disappear off behind the pillar that they were behind earlier. It is now Hyre's turn. Hyre, you continue dreaming of you and your brother Monty. You're running away from the spider. It's horrifying, but great. Don't know how to feel. Samir holds you up and goes, Orpheus, Demos, can you guys go after them? I will keep these people out of the sand. I worry Malagus is choking.
Thank you, Samir.
Yes, all right. And he pivots around you, Hyre, trying to pick you up and put you on your back as he goes to try to pull Malagus out, and he seems to struggle with both hands. Next up then is Demos and Orpheus on the same turn.
Well,
Ooh, well. Sorofea, should we go after them? I mean,
I think they didn't drop the fucking spell and they need to learn a lesson. I don't necessarily think we should kill them, per se. But I think maybe we could take their coin and throw it in the bottom of the sand dune.
well, we could also use the coin, but that's neither here nor there.
I just don't want to feel like I'm stealing from them.
Can you steal from a dead person? Anyways. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I feel like I'm still in like 9 line of sight.
I think you have a line of sight.
Yeah, you see over there. I will say you guys are moving at half speed right now because this is dangerous terrain. You are free to move at full speed, but I would need a dexterity saving.
I've just been moving at half. I'm pretty speedy.
Okay.
Let me
Demos, your
roll
pick.
a dexterity saving throw.
Okay, DC is 12. Not that high.
big roller, big roller.
Big roller.
All
Oh.
red.
Oh, is 3 a big roll? Cause all right, let me retract my my movement.
Okay, well, no, you made the roll, so you start running.
Yeah.
You see Demos run about 15 feet. I guess Orpheus and Samir are the only ones up. So Orpheus, you start moving over quickly but carefully, and you see Demos start running. Demos, just as you make it over the corpse of one of the bandits, one of your feet drops into the sand, and as you go to pull it out, it sticks fast. You have lost the rest of your movement for this turn. Your movement speed is reduced to 0 as you are entangled for a moment. Rather, you are entombed in the sand for a second.
All right. Do I still get my attack or?
Yes, yeah. Your movement stops right there.
Okay, sick.
Shit, Orpheus, Demos is stuck too.
Shit.
You get a good view though, Orpheus, and Demos, you got a view too. So over here, what you guys didn't see before, there is a little campsite. It looks like the denizens of this campsite are slain and on the ground. You see 2 bedrolls and 2 corpses of what looks like adventurers. Young, scrappy adventurers, both killed, likely in their sleep in their bedrolls here. You see a couple wagons and a few bags of supplies down here. It looks like they were setting up some sort of camp here. You even see some carpentry tools and a lot of adventuring supplies. They look to have been slain here, though, and the bandits are both retreating. They look to be grabbing things out of the boxes and a few of the bags on the ground, likely grabbing some supplies that they had already scavenged and stolen from this group of adventurers that they killed. It looks like they might have been using this temporary hideout, but the 2 bandits are using their full action to grab everything they can, and they look to make a break for it on their next turn. What would you like to do?
Murderers! That's what you are.
Yeah, these are real bad guys. I'm going to cast Firebolt.
Okay, roll to hit.
Ow!
Oh yeah.
22.
Oh my god.
I guess I'll aim for the one that's near death.
Yes. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. You aim for the one that's near death. Really not that hard to put a bullet in that guy's head. Give me a damage roll. He is not that healthy.
Oh, let's see. We're looking at 13.
Okay, pretty good. That you see the fire explodes onto his side of his body, and it drips down as he screams for a moment, and then his screams turn to sighs as he drops to the ground. His compatriot looks over and goes, "Oh shit, boss! Fuck! Oh my god!" And you see him drop all of the bags of what sound like metal in his hands, perhaps even coins, to the ground as they clatter, and he grabs his friend, who is clearly dead, and starts trying to drag him. Orpheus, it is your turn.
Last chance! Dipshit, drop the spell!
I can't, it just happens!
It just happens?
Just wake them up! You just slap them awake, they're not dead!
You can just slap them awake?
Yes!
You killed these 2 young men!
I'm real sorry about that, alright? I didn't mean to, but it was the boss who did it.
And what were you doing?
Following his orders!
Well, you need to know who to follow, or you're not worth anything.
You're telling me, sir.
I am telling you. All right. I want to load a bee bead from my necklace into the tip of my arcane firearm and cast catapult to do non-lethal damage upon him.
Alright, roll to hit.
So he
I
actually
think
makes a dex save.
Oh, okay. How does non-lethal work?
I do
roll-
half damage. If you want, I mean, we can play it as like I'm shooting his knee out, you know?
Shooting his fucking knee out.
Yeah. Okay, did he make his save?
He got an 11.
Nope. Okay, that is 4d8 damage.
That is a good fucking roll. 4d8.
Yeah, it's because the
You-
firearm gives me an extra d8. Bad numbers, though. 16,
Nice.
and half of that is 8, so 8 damage.
Okay, you hit him in the shins, and he makes sort of a whimpering sound, and you see him rumple to the ground.
Shameful.
That exits us from initiative, so at this point now I'm going to put this as you guys finish the combat successfully. Yippee! Yay! Beat up some second level bandits. Real nice, real classy.
Feels good.
So can we level up now, or
Maybe level up. Samir is holding the rest of you guys aloft. Do you think that, honestly, if these bandits were higher level, this could have gone a lot worse considering the whole sand trap thing? This definitely
Yeah,
wasn't a
it's a
good
good
location.
scam.
You guys just had a physical superiority. Couldn't match.
Makes sense.
But at this point, you guys successfully completed it. Samir pulls you guys out of the sand and slowly starts slapping people awake. Hyre, you wake up first. It's like waking up out of a really deep sleep. You're groggy and you're like, oh, what's going on? But then all of a sudden it comes to you that you were put to sleep by magic. Same thing for Dulam and then Malagus. Dulam, you wake up and it occurs to you that you were put to sleep by magic. Are you all alright?
Yes, that was quite strange.
Yes, that could have gone much worse. Luckily, Demos did a horrible thing to those people by burning them to ash.
honestly, if we could maybe just not talk about it, like some of us just didn't have to like see it.
Oh, well, the bodies are just over there if you'd like to.
As you look where Samir's gesturing, you see Orpheus dry heaving.
I try so hard not to look over, but just immediately look over and
You look
like
over.
very
You actually see Demos has his foot in about the torso of one of the bodies where it's sunken into the sand and he's trying to pull it out.
you watch Hyre get the ick at you.
Hyre, don't look. This was an accident. I swear. I did not mean to impale this man with my foot.
So what did you mean to do to him?
Well, he was already dead, so I just meant to step over him. But it's just so crazy over here. Sometimes you accidentally step into a corpse.
I see. So moving on, or
I think These lads, we should check. Maybe we could put them somewhere easier to see for when their guild comes through.
These people are guildless, are they not?
These boys over here in the sleeping bags.
Yes, we should move those.
You look over. They've been brutalized pretty hard. They all have lots of sword slashes on them, and their necks look to have been slit. Both of them bear the sort of ghostly white emblem on the front of the hollow oak that you guys had seen. Damn, that's too fucking bad, these guys. Yeah, let's, I can drag them back a couple rooms and maybe set up a torch in there, and hopefully they get seen.
What a good idea, Malagus. Good work on that one.
Oh, that's awful. Jesus, sorry I fell asleep. I don't know what came over me. The sand just felt so nice, you know?
It was a spell.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for saving us. It sounds like you and Demos are a good team.
Fist bump, Demos.
Fist bump. Yeah.
Bump it.
I whispered to Dulam, I don't think that fight was fair. Really messed up.
Yes, I think we really should have inhibited Demos somehow.
What? What?
Yeah, just
Would
give
that
him a
have made it more
shot.
fair?
I mean, they slept the wrong people.
Oh, Nolan, you would have defeated them too.
Not as efficiently as Deimos.
Yeah.
I guess that would have been worse if different of us were sleeping.
I suppose you did do it very efficiently. The giant explosion that rocked the chamber frightened for a moment, but you proved that it was worthwhile after they all mostly fell to their death. I am
Yeah.
impressed by you, though also a bit frightened.
Oh yes, Samir. There's nothing to be afraid of, you know.
Of course. Sorry, my son. I just crazy to do that. I am impressed by your magic every day.
Oh, thank you, Samir. Should we fist bump too?
No.
No, because fist bumps aren't cool, or because you're not happy, or...
I'd rather clean up this mess first. Is it worthwhile to
Okay.
look through the bodies of each of these men who have died, the bandits? Perhaps they might have something valuable. I believe I heard the coins clinkling in the distance. If they were going to steal money from these people, it might be worth it to leave it with their corpses, or should maybe we take it with us and their families?
I don't want to touch the bodies, but it's your prerogative if you can.
Let's do it together, Orpheus. I believe in this line of work,
What?
it's a skill that you will have to learn.
I really don't feel that way. Thank you, though.
It is alright. It's not that horrible now. What's done is done. The thing that has happened. Now it is just Earth.
I'm good. I'll just be over in this direction.
Come now, Orpheus. Are you wimping out? Haha.
Oh. Me being part of this is only going to make it worse for you.
That is what teaching
Okay.
is about.
Okay.
Go check it out. There's a proper little camp set up here. You want to roll me an investigation check to look through it?
Okay, I'll go. Oh, God. Okay.
Anyone else who wants to look through the adventurer's campsite can also give an investigation roll.
I would help Malagus with the bodies and the emblems.
Excellent. You and Malagus drag them out. You remember the path pretty well, and there was nothing there to really hinder your progress, so the two of you drag. While you're dragging, Malagus goes, "Hey, so, Dulam, remember when you told me you didn't sleep? How was that fucking sleep there, buddy?"
Actually, quite relaxing.
Oh, really? Did you, see anything? Or was it just blackness?
A lot of math.
Wow, I'm Dulam. I'm big and smart, and I dream of math. Sorry, that was hateful. I just had a very scary dream. Taking it out on you.
I'm sorry. What was it?
Well, that's nice of you to ask, Dulam. Look at you, real character growth. Inquiring about people, that's nice. It was just this dream that I was this, I don't know, I was, I guess, dead again, but this time I remembered life really well, so I remember what I lost, and it's really scary for me.
I'm sorry. Did it make you wish you could remember now?
Sort of. It just, I don't know, it reminded me that I don't want to go back, and I think I have a very different goal than Orpheus, but it's hard to convince Oro that his is not mine, because his seems so chivalrous, you know?
Then what's your goal?
To stay alive. I love it here. This is awesome. I just want to get as far away from Brightbank and Aeson as possible. That was part of the reason I was so celebratory when we made it to Thorcat. I sort of assumed that was me getting away from it, you know? But I suppose I was wrong, and we're back in the material plane now, right?
Well, maybe you don't have to stay here.
Well, I'd love to follow you guys wherever you end up going. I'm sort of enjoying this whole
exploring thing. I wish we had more downtime and nap time, but motivated. I don't know. I don't want to go back to the after, but I don't know how to explain that.
Well,
Sort of a tough situation,
yes, I agree.
Sorry, I don't mean to put this all on you. I'm thinking about, I know you want to help people get back to their original homes, and so that makes me a tough situation for you. I just want to express to you that I like spending time with you and the group going places. This is fun. Being alive is fun,
Thank you. Maybe you don't know where your home actually is yet.
He nods at this as if you said something very wise, and he goes, yeah, I think I get what you're saying.
Well, I'll help you find it.
Thanks. And hey, listen, if you need the same, I'll help you find your home.
Thanks.
I don't know if you know where it is. Most you probably do, huh? Alright, I'll shut up.
I sort of rub my the glowing red core. I guess I'm sort of figuring it out too.
That's alright, let's figure it out together, yeah?
Yes.
And you say this beautiful thing just as you end up dropping the two bodies that you have. And you look down at them now, and they're both, they both look pretty well slashed. But nevertheless, they're intact, and they have all their belongings on them. Malagus looks down now. Should we, look through their pockets to see if they have anything that could be useful in getting them back? Maybe they have a revivify stone. I'll bring Hyre over to it.
Sure. Maybe they have their papers.
Yeah, exactly. Would you guys roll me an investigation check then for that?
Oh, yeah.
And as you do that, could I hear what the investigation rolls were for the other team?
30, baby.
Holy.
What?
Yes.
Holy shit, Orpheus. That's fucking monstrous.
I'm Sherlock goddamn Holmes.
You dig through this at camp. There are a lot of things here. A lot of supplies, actually. You find bundles of torches, water skins, oil pouches, for lanterns. You even find some lanterns here. Most of these things seem very untouched, too. The rations barely have 1 day of supplies eaten. You find 2 nice bedrolls. There are a few wagons filled with supplies that they look like they were carting down here. This includes some woodworking supplies to build a table and maybe a small structure out here. There's a saw blade. There are some carpenter's tools. If you want to take all that, you can just add carpools to your inventory. There are just a lot of sort of basic supplies here. A lot of rope. There are some spices for cooking, a great big pot, and some butter that you can melt in the bottom that looks like it was preserved somehow to last down here. You even find some fine meats and cheese too. Beyond this, valuable stuff. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Out of all of that, I think I would leave it in their bundles, but the perishable foods would probably... I mean, they're not going to eat it right before it goes bad, and they're just going to go back to the surface, so it makes sense. So it doesn't go... I mean, it just smells really good, and they wouldn't want it to go to waste.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I see. Is one of them still alive, Orpheus?
What?
The bandits.
Oh, yeah. He's just unconscious.
Oh, should we do anything about that, or?
I figured we'd just let him wake up and reflect on his choices.
Yeah, I guess that he wasn't the head of them, that's for sure. Yeah, he was gonna run away. I don't know.
Exactly. I mean, he's obviously a bad person, but he has time to become a better person before he ends up in his afterlife.
Demos is going to take out his notebook, and write down be a better person on a page and rip it out. Just put it in that guy's pocket.
Nice. Love that, Demos.
Real classy, Demos. That'll teach him a thing.
Got him.
Real. All right. With your high roll, though, Orpheus, you find some other stuff in here. The more valuable stuff includes both of these individuals that were dragged away, but they seem to have left behind their weapons. 2 beautiful long swords. These are high-quality steel that look like they were bought probably at top dollar at the market. If you want to lug these around, you think you could probably sell them both for something like 10 gold each.
So how do we leave this with the bodies in a way that they won't get stolen?
Find there are also, besides these 2 beautiful steel swords, they had a gold pouch shared between them that included a total of 52 gold pieces.
How do we make sure other bandits don't just come along and steal all this money and stuff? Maybe we could hide it in their mouths?
Honestly, the noble thing to do might be take it with us and see if we can find whatever guild they worked for or their loved ones outside and hand it to them, just because in the off chance they don't come back to life, it's best that somebody if we leave it down here with them, I agree, a bandit with them. Or a monster
Good
might...
idea. I'll toss Samir the coin purse.
Oh, I... Perhaps you hold on to it, yes? I'm not sure I can... I'm not sure I want it right now.
I don't think I want to either. Why don't you want to? Wait, is this bad to touch?
No, not at all. I just... I don't know. Sure, I'll do it. Right, thank you.
What? Okay, wait, now I want it. What are you being so weird for?
What are you being so weird?
I toss him the gold.
He takes it, gives you a smile, and puts it away in pockets turns away awkward to see him look at the remains of the camp. There is one last thing you find in this camp, Orpheus, that I want to share with you, and this is again with your 30. There is a chest of supplies here, one of the ones with the food in it, and at the bottom, nestled away, was a diary.
Crack that open.
This looks to be a diary of one of these two adventurers. There's no label on the cover, but the first page is labeled My Adventures. And you flip through and you notice the entire diary is blank, save for the first page, which proudly reads Day 1.
That's so sad, Mason.
Orpheus, what did you find?
Orpheus pulls back his goggles and 2 cups of water fall out both sides.
You're right. That is... What happened?
They were so young and now they're already going to be in the afterlife. It's too early. They had a lot more they could have done.
Face, are you alright? What happened?
This is so sad, Samir. They had not had any adventures yet. They probably were... This is very sad. They're not going to have anything to take with them into the afterlife, so they're just going to have afterlife forever.
Samir looks at you and his face converts into a sort of meaning frown. And he goes, I have learned over my interactions with many people that the material plane, the plane of men and monsters, is honestly probably the most dangerous plane there is of what human group.
Just so you know, you're a little far from your mic.
Oops, sorry, is this better right here?
Yeah.
I was just saying, it is very hard to deal with the horrors of what happens on the material plane. There is a lot of scary things that happen, and worst of all is the grief that overwhelms.
I mean, but they're going to bring them back to life, right? They're in the good one. Maybe we should put their bodies in our bag of holding and take them all the way up with us to make sure they get home.
We should put nothing in that bag of holding.
No, our real bag of holding, the one we just bought. Not the horrible dog bag.
Oh,
dog
yeah.
bag.
No, you're...
Dog bag.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Is that sanitary? I feel like... I don't know how I feel about two like rotting bodies in the shared bag.
Well, I wish they weren't rotting in the first place.
I'm sure they have moms and dads and lots of parental figures and siblings who all miss them so much.
Okay, is it crazy if Hyre tries to slip his ring of that casts calm emotions onto you?
Hyre shoves jewelry on you.
I guess you know what it does, so I guess I'll offer it.
I didn't. Okay. I put on the ring. Quiet down.
I just wanted to help. I don't.
That was very unsoldierly, but I think the right thing to do would be to put them in the bag to get their financial processes in order. Just fine.
Putting on this ring, Orpheus, and sort of spinning it in such a way, you do feel an immense sense of relief flood over you, almost like a calm emotions.
Yeah.
It is relaxing. A bit. There's a small part of you that is almost feels the anxiety of, it's weird to have all your emotions get pulled out of you like that. But then all of a sudden that gets washed away too, as you're like, it's no big deal.
Okay, I feel better now. I feel just fine. Alright, I'll get the feet if one of you gets the hands, we can dump them in the bag.
And with that, I'm going to jump now to Dulam and Malagus. Dulam, what'd you get on your investigation check?
15.
Okay. Nice. You look through these two, Malagus helps, and between you find that these two had 9 gold pieces on them. They both had iron daggers tucked into their hilts, and these daggers are just about as fine as the swords that were found earlier that you guys haven't seen yet, but they're very high quality. And Malagus even looks at one and he goes, "You think they'd notice, Dulam, if I snuck in my shitty dagger in their hilt and I took this one? This is like fresh out of the forge."
They probably would notice.
Yeah, my bad. You also find they both have small pouches that seem to hold papers. Both of them hold not only their water-deep legal documents, they also hold a couple letters and some keepsakes, and both of them have a quest that they seem to have gone down here for. It looks like one of the lower level quests, as it this one reads out that they were tasked with finding some acid producing snail that was scuttling through the second floor, leaving trails of acidic ooze, and they were told to dispatch it.
Well, that's good to know for the future, maybe.
True, I guess we should leave them with that. Nothing in here, though, that seems like a revivify stone, right?
Not that I could tell. I'll try to, make their papers seem, obvious.
You put their papers on the topmost part of their body, and you and Malagus look over them, and you sort of nod, and he looks at you and nods at you and goes, "Okay, this was hard, but I think it looks good now. You want to make our way back now?"
Sure.
All right. I'm sorry that, I don't know, this sort of sucked.
Well, I guess we were asleep for most of it.
Yeah, true. I don't know. The whole, us having to fall asleep and the rest of them fighting without us, that put me in a bad mood.
They seem to do pretty well, though.
Yeah, that's true. I'm impressed, I guess Orpheus and the rest of them have a pretty strong sense of, magic. It's cool. I like when you guys do magic. It's different than what I know.
Oh,
Your magic is cool, though.
Well, thanks. But, I'm still new to it, and you guys seem a lot more practiced. You see what I mean?
Would you like to practice with us?
Maybe, but I don't know if you could teach me, and I don't know if I could learn from you. Not to be rude, the sort of way that I have it seems different than yours, people learn it in different ways. It's like you and Hyre, different ways. I think that's sort of it.
That's true, but we could all try together.
Yeah, sure. Next time we get some free time, let's do that. And he gives you a smile, pats you on the back, and Dulam, and 2 of you guys walk back. Orpheus and Demos and Hyre, you guys just finished shoving the unconscious body of one of these bandits into your bag. And just as you finish doing so, you see Dulam and Malagus arrive back. Hey, we made it!
I had intended not to get the bandit, but the kids. I know those were also the ones Dulam and Malagus were burying just now, but not burying, but presenting, but Oro had the realization that they should bring the kids' bodies back.
Okay, sure, so you guys just run out, find the bodies where Dulam and Malagus had left them. What the fuck? We just put them there.
Sorry, but I was actually thinking maybe we could put them in a bag of holding to take them up ourselves, just to make extra sure they get home.
This is so inconvenient. What the fuck?
I'm sorry.
You don't even have to do it.
Fine.
We got it.
Yeah, sure. Off you go. 2 of you guys run off. You're able to pretty successfully get yourselves the group of adventurers here, drag them out of their hole, then snuff out the torches to put them in your bag. You want to leave the unconscious bandit that you had? You did have one still sort of alive.
Yeah, I think we should leave him. I don't think we should bring an unconscious person in our bag.
Can I cast Spare the Dying on him?
Great idea.
He is not actively rolling death saves, so he's
Okay, cool.
alive.
Just making sure.
Yeah. So he's still alive, Hyre. Spot.
Can never be too sure these days.
It's true.
I don't double tap. I double heal.
All right, so you guys are now left in this room where the bandits were. The sand is still sort of around, but if you walk carefully, you don't lose your footing at all, and you see the river here seems to lead off to the next area. Is everything accounted for? Everybody okay?
Yeah, here's this, Hyre. I give you your ring back.
I guess I don't know if it was inappropriate for me to offer.
No, I appreciated it. It helped me.
Well, I didn't like it either. So, it's a mutual experience.
Oh, You didn't like it either, but you use it all the time.
I meant the whole death thing.
Oh, I see. I get it.
What are you guys having such a fucking freak about for this whole death thing? It's really not that big a deal, alright?
It's just that these were really, I don't know. It felt not so good. But the killing the bandits wasn't the worst. It was just, I don't know. Thinking about how if we hadn't found these boys, they could have died here. Like, forever.
I just feel like a month ago, I wouldn't have pictured my life as an adventure, and now here we are. It just still feels sudden.
Yeah, well, shit happens, right? But people die all the time, Sometimes you don't see them, but it still fucking happens, so, I wouldn't let it get to you. That's all.
Oh, yeah, you're right. And it's not like death's the end. There's a lot of good things to do after that.
Lots. I mean, look, those two boys, if they're still alive somewhere, they're, probably together,
Afterlife seemed more promising
That's
than I knew.
beautiful, Malagus.
Alright, don't get sappy on me, bro. It's all good.
What
and
did you
with that,
just call me?
bro?
Oh, no, gotcha. Couldn't hear. Sorry. Thought you said something else.
The fuck do you think I said?
Nothing. I thought you said bro.
Oh. Can I say that?
No.
Okay, cool.
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 Alright, so that is your second floor random encounter. A lot of emotions with that one. Real emotional.
Stop. It was so sad, the things you said.
My notebook was sad.
That was so sad.
Bye.
Unbearably sad.
I'm gonna have the wife and kids photo in the next one.
We don't give a fuck about their wives and nothing you can do will ever be as sad as that notebook was.
Glad I have that power over you.
Stop. You're preying on my emotions.
It's just that
Bring
easy,
it on
baby.
me,
So,
downfall.
you guys are geared up now to do your second roll for me. As you finish out this floor without much more issue, you find one other area of death. On the second floor specifically. This one, however, is not humans. Instead, it is a band of roving goblins. Fine. It looks like a group of 6 of them that were all killed a couple days ago, you think. Their bodies are starting to rot a bit, and they look like they were killed by magic, because they have all sorts of arcane blast marks against their bodies.
Ugh, gross.
That is the only other thing you find on your way down, and eventually you guys find the stairs right on schedule, according to Dulam, your mental map, and you are correctly following the path. You see these big stone steps descending now, much rougher than the steps above. These ones, a stone carver didn't have as much time to come down and smooth out as the others. And you guys descend to the 3rd floor. As you descend, you find yet another one of these little areas of respite. There are a few campsites down here as well. Less campsites and less torches than the floor above, but nevertheless, there's still about a dozen camps set up here. You even see a couple adventurers out cooking food, as it is about evening time-ish, you would guess around 6 p.m. or so, if the sun was still up, or rather, if you guys were above ground. And you see a couple people are cooking their dinners. They don't really say much to you guys as you go by. They just sort of give you a nod down. And on the 3rd floor, could I get another survival check for me?
Yeah, baby.
Let's hope we do better, guys.
Guys, let's
14.
better. That's better, right?
Much.
3.
You have a negative?
Devos, be better.
21 for Hyre.
I got a 13.
So sorry, I got sidetracked there. Dulam got a 13. Mos a 3. Feus, Hyre, what did you get?
21.
1. Very nice. Much better roll, guys.
Good work, Hyre. Carrying us.
Okay, better. You guys got an average of 15 that roll, which is good, not amazing. As you guys make your way to the 3rd floor, the rooms are a bit less civilized here. You see less marks of humanity, and a little bit more monstrous things. Nothing too big as to be horrifying, but you see there are a lot of bugs and insects that crawl around, insects that fly through the air. There are men here too, bats and mice and rats that scurry through the different
corridors and pathways here. Everything still seems mostly cleared out. For example, you find a storeroom that looks to have been built into the dungeon that's been completely cleared out of everything except for some ratty burlap bags left behind. There are some remains of what look like ancient, like hobgoblin remains. Just the bones are all that's left. But you can tell from the size and shape of the skull, along with the sharp teeth in it, that it's likely a hobgoblin. As well, you also find a few treasure chests that have been completely emptied out, and now just cobwebs remain inside. Nothing really seems of value on the floor still, even though it's fairly deep. It just seems like this place is so popular, it's just likely been completely looted. But nevertheless, every once in a while you'll hear a distant sound of something clanging, or the roar of something deep within the dungeon. And after another 3 or 4 hours of wandering around this floor, following until math, you hear a ear-piercing screech of something in the distance, a person, what sounds like, screaming for their life. The scream echoes up and around the cavern walls and up the dungeon corridors toward you guys, and it's a bit frightening. Well, I guess we're in the thick of it now, huh?
Yeah, sounds like it. Should we go save them, or is it a trap?
From your knowledge, Orpheus, that sound was so distant you probably couldn't figure out.
Okay.
It was the edge of an echo.
Hell down here.
Mm-hmm.
You guys continue north. It is quiet. The sounds of the distant screeching and skittering of animals grinds to a slow halt. Rock walls and granite walls surround you now as you enter a stony cavern. It's a pretty intense stench that seems to emanate out from this area as well. Partially death, but also a bit of like animal hide, sort of like a bear maybe, or like a wolf. Sort of animal smell, which is very petulant. And you look around and you see this huge cavern, which has a roof about 40 feet up, and it seems very well rounded. It's 100 feet in width. And you see that all of the tunnels that connect to this cavern are also huge in size. You seem to be in some sort of like giant tunnelway. Each of the tunnels go off in different directions. Luckily, Duelam, you know which way to go. And so you lead the group through this huge open air cavern. Dark in here, and Malagus which lights up a majority of this place. You see a lot of bats on the ceiling, and a couple stalactites drip down water here and there, forming small puddles around. The ground, however, though, is very flat, stone all the way, with granite poking out. Find that there is a decent amount of what look like small insects that are crawling around on the ground. Ants, for the most part. Termites. There are also like creatures of the dark. They're small moth that. And as you guys cross this, and just as you reach the other end of this cavern, you hear a sound. Sounds like something stepping. It sounds, and you guys are sort of pressed up against the edge of this cavern now. On the other end, you're about to make your way through another small tunnel, and you back now and see that there is a sort of tremble in the ground around you. You see rocks sort of jump up in place as this rumbling sound goes. And as you guys look behind you, you see a great beast emerge from one of the caverns. Out from one of the tunnelways along the side, you see a giant creature. This is a giant, in fact.
Whoa.
A bearded hill giant roams through. You see the giant bears on its back a giant dead stag slung over its shoulders. The stag's head is limp, lolling to the side, and you see its great body seems to have been crushed in by some sort of bludgeoning blow. The hill giant continues stepping, boom, boom, across the great cavern, veering slightly toward you all, but then he turns once more into a different, large tunnelway, making his way. Can I get all of you guys to roll a stealth check?
Oh,
No.
holy natural 20.
Holy.
Very nice.
19.
9. Got a 12.
Okay, nice. High average. Very good. We'll notice that the giant big head toward about the direction of you guys and doesn't notice you, and back, moving very slowly, very gentle. down the further tunnel. Big steps echoing across the landscape. You wait, breath for a bit as if by, and then the sound of the sex bats above return. Hear the chittering of small animals, the sort of passive sounds of dungeon return. Hey, shit, I've never seen something that big. Malagus
That
looks
was
wide
crazy.
open eyes.
It could have just stepped on us, and it would have all been over.
Thing was giant. Wow, that is why they called them giant. Haha.
Ha ha ha.
I mean, this is only level 3. Look, we gotta beat it.
I don't know. That thing could have definitely clubbed me to death. Yeah, you see that stag on its back? I bet if it swung that at us and the little horn got us, it would have really fucking.
Are there just stags down here?
I don't know. Maybe he grabbed it from the surface and then this is where he lives? If you're a giant, I bet navigating these places is pretty quick.
I bet there's stags down here.
Why the fuck are there stags down here? I mean, that makes sense. If there's a whole environment down here, there have to be
Yeah.
borders as well.
Someone said there was a whole ecosystem.
Plus, we waded through water earlier, so it's not too hard to imagine there's also grassland. So,
Mm-hmm.
well, whatever. That was, the place is sort of nice in a way. I get why people want to come here so much.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the adventurers act as a sort of natural barrier of these monsters.
Sort of puts things in perspective when you see something like that. You know, it's like, whoa, I could be permanently dead again.
You won't. We have diamonds for that.
Thanks. I'm not sure how confident I am that would work on me, but it's a nice thought.
I wonder who would come back.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously, it'd be for the best if I went back to Valhalla, so it's really not worth worrying about.
Well, if Iceland came back, we'd just torture them again.
I sort of look at Samir out of the corner of my eye. I mean, that's torture.
Is fully staring at you, both eyes looking right at you, wide open.
I mean, we never
Right.
tortured her.
Completely neutral look.
No,
Yeah.
no. Obviously, we didn't torture her, but get information out of her somehow.
Ask questions.
Yeah, detect thoughts. Sorry.
Oof. Yeah.
I see.
So,
Samir turns away.
onwards and downwards, right?
I guess so. I'll talk to Samir.
Thanks, buddy. He's kind of hard-headed.
Yeah, me too.
You're not hard-headed, Hyre. You're actually talkative.
I get why I shouldn't have said that.
No, it's okay. It's easy to forget that he has conflicting emotions towards what we do to Iceland.
Yeah, it is, but it is our reality nonetheless.
So true.
Your travels include you pass through a room that is a feast hall. It's a long wooden table covered in fresh, untouched food. Though as you go to touch it, you find that all of the food on the table seems to be an illusion of sorts, that your hand passes right through. It seems to just be stuck there. This fucking
That's fucked up.
sucks. I want food.
Probably some sort of bait. We should keep moving.
Eventually, you also begin hearing a whistling echo somewhere in the tunnel. Low, eerie whistle. Every few minutes, it repeats again. It echoes off the walls in such a pattern, though you're not sure you could do it.
I don't like that. You guys, this place is kind of scarier than I expected it to be, and we're only on the 3rd level.
Not that I'm afraid, but if any of you are afraid, it would be understandable.
Well, at least we're halfway.
I'm pretty afraid.
It's a good way to
Because
look
I
at
don't
it.
think we even know what we will come up against. I feel like it could be anything at this point.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, this floor doesn't seem so bad. We still haven't found anything interesting.
True.
You guys continue for a minute or so. As you kind of come to the end of the pathway that you set out, Duelam, you find a couple more traps that have set off. There's an especially large, nasty trap that you see has been set off sort of right near what looks to be the exit of the 3rd floor. It is a gaping hole in the floor that is nearly 20 feet wide, 20 feet long. It could probably take out a whole party of people, that drops into jagged stone teeth in the floor below. It looks like a near 50-foot drop. And as you guys slowly maneuver around this, sort of sticking to the edge, there seem to be small, tight stone edges that you can sort of balance on and make your way around this great giant pitfall, you eventually find yourselves at yet another set of stairs. This staircase is thin. It is not so wide as the last couple, and it seems much more stony, cavern. There aren't as many consistencies with the stonework here. In fact, a lot of the steps are much different sizes than one. And this one, you notice, drops a lot further down than the well. Before, you seem to descend about 30 or 40 feet. This time, you can't even see the bottom of the stairs from the... Though you hear something down there, and it looks like there might be some light down there. You're not sure. It looks like it might even be 100 straight down. Duelam, you recall the map, and this is still the correct way of following that path. You guys have been traveling for a long time now. I would wager about 8 or 9 hours.
Should we rest soon?
It is about evening time. Duelam, you clock this as well. It's roughly bedtime, and you look down now. Perhaps there is another area down there that we could camp.
That's a good idea.
Sure, let's find out.
Thank you for leading the way. And Duelam, you head down, moving down this great staircase, down and down and down. You run into a huge spider web about halfway down that seems to cover the entire staircase. You sort of run into, and it just, it's so nasty. It's all up in you now. But you can sort of get it out of your way. A little bit goes into your mouth.
Monty was brave to go this way.
And after 100 stairs, 100 of descent, no longer is it sort of clammy and wet and cold. It is cold. The air is had a lot of the moisture pulled out of it, and it is like very dungeness now. You'd imagine that it's not like freezing cold yet, but to fall asleep tonight, you'll all likely bundle up pretty well, and luckily you all have well-suited clothing for the occasion.
It's dungeon-esque, like my crab. Like the crab.
Like the crab. Crab.
Like the crab.
Crab. All right, and as you guys descend now, you are entering yet another little clearing. This area is much different. While above there were torchlights everywhere and several tents, here now, you thought you saw some light from above, and there might have even been somebody that's out now. You see there are a couple torchlights up against the wall of this, it's sort of like an anteroom. The chambers like above. There is a large empty chamber at the foot of every staircase, and this one is dark. There are 3 other tents in this room. One of them is quite large, almost like a mega tent the way you guys have it. And you see some rustling in that tent and a small globule of light in there, like a dancing light, that illuminates a couple of shadowy figures that are moving around in the tent. But it seems like all 3 of these tents have a sleeping adventure side. You see all of them have campfires that look to have been doused and put out right outside, and a couple of them even have cooking pots that are set up right in front of their tent. But all of them are empty, scraped clean, and finished for the night, as this group seems to bed. And you guys also feel that tired feeling now. It is about bedtime.
Okay, set up mega tent, camp for the night.
Sounds good.
Samir, are you going to be okay in the mega tent?
Oh, don't worry. I brought my own tent. Oh.
No, there really are safety benefits to mega tent.
I don't actually sleep at night like Duelam, so I am not sure of things.
Okay, it's just you've been surprise attacked once before, and it's just really terrible for everyone.
Well, yes, but that was sort of under false pretense. I believe it is a different situation. I am more on guard. Then it was in my house.
I understand that. Okay, be careful.
Gives you a neutral smile. Good night. Sets up his tent. You guys do so too. It takes about 10 minutes or so, and you guys can split a couple rations to eat as like a before bedtime snack. Probably don't want to start any fires looking at how there aren't here. And
Yeah.
but you guys,
I crack open one of my 10 cans of raisins.
Crack that open. They are delicious, and the can keeps them fresh too, so they're still
Fresh raisins. Like grapes.
You guys set up your little tent. All your sleeping rolls are put out. You all fit well into mega tent. You notice Samir sets up his very small 1-person tent right beside yours. His is teeny tiny. You look at it, it literally fits 1 sleeping roll, and you don't think anything else. It's honestly
Do you think it's off-putting how little he wants to be around us?
I think he just needs a space, you know? Like you said, he sort of like has a silver situation. I think he's just used to privacy and his own thing.
I don't like it.
Though it is weird how he's comfortable in there. I mean, it literally looks like a sleeping bag, and then he built a small tent around that. Like, it's tiny.
Yeah.
There's no room for nothing. How did he even get his pack in there?
I don't know. It's irritating,
Whatever.
but to each their own.
At least we've got the shareable tent, right, gang?
Yeah.
Can I have some of those raisins?
3 or 4.
They taste good, right?
They're really good. They're delicious. They're the best.
Right. You guys have your situation set up, and you guys add a long rest. I think next session I'll ask how you want to do this rest, taking what watch and perhaps some random encounters. But for now, it's going to be a good stopping point, guys. Successfully traversed pretty well this far, and you have theoretically only 2 doors to go, though these last 2 are much more dangerous. So, I leave you
But
now.
Mason, the second floor already made me so sad.
It's only going to get sadder and scarier.
Oh, it's sadder.
Get ready to get sad and scared.
But I'm already giving you a 10 on the sadness
Yeah.
scale.
Yeah,
I can't go higher. Oh.
too sad.
Much too sad.
All right,
It was their
Orpheus.
first day.
Oh,
Mason, they were so excited.
Hey.
Too sad. Too sad.
you guys were about to die too. I can't believe you left the guy to get eaten by rats.
Oh, I don't think that's what will happen to him.
That's probably will not happen.
I don't think anyone would do that to a person in Dungeons and Dragons.
Our DM wouldn't write that. He would.
Yeah.
He would be nicer to us.
It's just that, like, this is a family podcast.
We rate it as explicit every time.
Yeah, good.
Okay, well, shall we get into the poll results?
Yeah. Oh,
All right, you guys. A couple weeks ago, you voted in the poll on episode 16, Knife Like Smile, where we asked you which team will win Runt Pack Jungle Survivor. In last place, with 16% of the votes, is Team Braun, Doolum, and Hyre. Sorry, guys.
Oh, rough.
suck it.
Second place, with a third of the votes, is Team Beauty, Samir.
Wow,
And
maybe you voted for Samir.
First place with a whopping half of the votes, Team
Oh.
Brain, Orpheus, and Deimos. What can we say? We're smart.
Team
We're
Brain
clever.
just got like 3 confirmed kills.
It's a good team. I think between the two of us, our intelligence probably rivals the other 4 members of the party.
Hello.
All right, you guys. Today, your poll is on a scale of 1 to 10, or whatever scale Spotify gives us room for. How high maintenance is Samir? Please let us know. Go ahead and hit 10. 10 out of 10, 100 out of 10.
Whatever you like, whatever
That 10
whatever the
button.
people want.
Yeah, and even more importantly, hit follow on Spotify. Go ahead and rate us if you liked it. Don't bother if you didn't. And check out our subreddit, r/Runtpack. Give us art, questions, comments, mostly fan fiction. We really want the fan fiction, you guys. We got some, just gave us a taste for it. So now
Rarely
we need
likes what we
more.
had.
Now I just need more.
Yeah. Now we just need more. Okay, and just fucking send us an email. Our email, theruntpack@gmail.com. You can also find all these links in our Spotify bio.
Yeah,
They'll
send
send
us
you to
fan
our
questions.
card. Card's
We
like
like
a
fan
link
questions.
tree, basically. And yeah, we would love some questions, comments, concerns. I will give you a personal call with my sexy, sexy voice if you send us an email. So there you go.
Wait, are we that needy?
Now that's an offer too good to
I'm
refuse.
needy.
Am I right, chat?
Yeah. I'll say your name. I'll write your name on my arm. You don't get to see my
Wow.
arm, but I'll do it. Okay, you guys. As always, find us again next Monday. Woohoo!
Awful howl.
Why is no one else doing that?
It's a really bad howl. It's really bad.
You guys. You guys.